Hello, YouTube. Joel. 4:30, it's pretty early. We found ourselves not doing much. And, Fisk believed that if we started early, we could end early, and then it wouldn't be so late when we walked the dog and stuff, which I agreed on. There wasn't... We had done all the important things. I mowed the front and the back. That was fun. It's really hot outside. But I didn't get sunburnt, so that's good. And then we went to the store. I have a milk tea. And I will undeafen my companion in a moment. So with that, hello Jippo, hello Heart, hello everyone, hello, hello. Hello YouTube, again, because I started the recording before saying hi to everyone. I'm gonna undeafen now. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Oh, whoa. Where we left off, we met... I don't remember her full name. Ozawa? She has the Beckoning Light, which, as I said in my Discord go live, is either the strongest or the weakest depending on who you ask. Because she can't kill regular people with it, but the conditions that need to be met in order for her to be able to use it is that the target be a curse bearer. So they don't have to do or say anything or be in a certain position or whatever. She can just go, "You're a curse bearer. Die." And they're killed by the curse that they bear. The curse echo that they bear. So she can't be implicated either, because unless somebody else knows how the Beckoning Light works, the victim will look like they were killed by a different curse. So, as we were, like, theory crafting at the end of stream, say it's the Whispering Canal. The wielder of the Curse Echo would look like they were cursed by the Whispering Canal, because that curse is death by drowning. So if she used the Beckoning Light on somebody with the Whispering Canal, unless somebody knew that that person wielded the Whispering Canal, it would just look like the Whispering Canal curse bearer killed that person. Which is pretty scary. A shame that that we know who has most of them.
Yeah, wouldn't it just be Sutsumi dying?
Yeah.
A number of ways?
He just dies 4 different ways all at once.
That would be funny.
It would be, unfortunate. Yes, Paranormasight is a visual novel. This is a Serene Garden, right? Or are we already at the next one? No, it's Go Scarlet Guardians. Alright. Well, I'm gonna pause it, and I'm gonna launch the game. But yes, this is a supernatural mystery horror. There are a lot of horror elements. The mystery part of it is okay. So far, it hasn't been anything super groundbreaking or crazy. And OBS is struggling to find the game, so I will screen cap until it figures itself out. There we go. Oh, there it goes. I had to give it a second. Yeah. I would much prefer PC cap over screen cap, so that way you can't see my other tabs when I alt tab. Actually, say words?
Hello?
Okay, you might be a little low. It depends, though. Sometimes you speak character voice very loudly. I mean, it is a path in a sense. We just kind of focus on the perspective of each character. And where we left off with... Mayu Chozawa. She's trapped in a room. And she found a fax machine and a pen. Fixed the pen. But she doesn't know who to fax a "please help me, I am trapped in a room" to. She doesn't have the right phone number. Fax machine number? I don't know if those are separate things. I'd assume they would have to be.
They are separate things.
It's like having two phone numbers. Though nowadays, it's incorporated into your printer, so...
Well, some people actually just have only fax machines. Still. Like, it's only the fax machine.
Now, in order to help Mayu, we need to find the correct path line that'll give us a fax machine with a number that we can then mentally project into Chozawa's mind so she knows who to call. Okay, good. Which path line do you think has a fax machine?
Obviously, whatever her freaking name is, but I want to do Manhunt.
Okay. Mayu can handle being trapped in the abandoned factory for a little bit longer. Tetsuo Satsumi, 4 p.m. from HQ to all bureaus. Officers have discovered the residence of paroled offender Fumichika Nejima, currently wanted under suspicion of criminal threat. Suspect escaped his residence prior to the officer's arrival and is now at large in Sumida City. Suspect is thought to be fleeing on foot. All bureaus are instructed to pursue, ensuring that he does not take refuge indoors. Furthermore, suspect is believed to possess a weapon capable of causing large-scale casualties. Hello, just unknown. All officers are instructed to exercise extreme caution in their pursuit, remaining vigilant for signs of explosives and poison gas. If only. Former Yasuda Gardens. Sorry, boss. I tracked down Nejima's safe house, but he legged it just before we got there.
Not your fault. We should have known he'd been on the lookout for us. We've got officers all over town. It's only a matter of time before we bag him.
But first, I want to look at the pretty trees. The rest of the town's crawling with police, but there's practically no one here. We've been running ourselves ragged all day. It's nice to finally stop and catch our breath. Okay, so there's clearly more to be found in surroundings for the time being. Oi.
Damn you, Nejima. Where the hell you'd go? That's not... whatever. Where the hell did you go?
You just finished Yakuza Kiwami 2. Nice. Oh, I changed my shirt, boss. No need for a BO check.
Help? Why would I be trying to sniff your pit stink?
Wait, is that not what you were doing?
Don't know where you got that idea, but you can put it right back where it came from. What the fuck?
June, are you okay? I'll get you in the mood for a good whip someday, boss. I'll stake my career on it. Dude has been running on negative sleep and who knows how much coffee, but even that one's a little too out of pocket.
Yeah, what the fuck? Hell no, not even for your career.
Get fired for all I care.
What the What's wrong with him right now? What is wrong with him right now?
Is he okay? He's been a little weird here and there, like with the pen and the nail polish remover thing, but... Huh? Sure eyeing me up, boss. Don't tell me you've got a thing for me.
No, nothing like that. Sorry, I shouldn't stare. What the fuck is going on?
So, boss, what are we doing here anyway?
I figured Nejima might show up. Call it a hunch, but he used this place as a hideout 20 years ago.
Fair enough, but will you even remember it after so long? Remember that mugshot of Nejima we circulated? I think it was from when he got out on parole, but except for a few wrinkles, he looked just like he did 20 years ago.
Yeah, no idea how he kept up that weight on a prison diet.
That's a stroke of luck, though, isn't it? It means it'll be easy to spot. How about
It's not
that?
like he...
We already know what he looks like, and he does not look like his mugshot from 20 years ago.
See, there's something bothering me about that. We got every officer in the area looking for him, but no one's seen a damn thing. Which makes me wonder, what if we're looking for the wrong face?
You mean he's slimmed down? But it's only been half a year since he made parole.
Could he really have lost that much weight in just 6 months? Well, he must look different enough that no one recognized him when he started working at Komagata High.
Good point. But that means the photo we've got is useless. I know we didn't see anyone when we looked around before, but maybe we should check again.
Don't bother. It's only been a few minutes. Let's take a second to sit and think.
Aye aye, boss. Break time it is. Huh? Hey, boss.
I
think I hear something coming from those bushes over there.
You sure it ain't the wind? Get him, Jun! Sick him!
The music reminds you of Box 15 from Danganronpa.
It does have a Danganronpa vibe to it.
Yeah.
I think I know exactly what song. I mean, I don't recognize all the names of the songs, but I do recognize, like, I feel like I've heard a song similar to this one in Danganronpa, if that makes sense.
Jun, you're staring at those bushes for a while. You must be attracted to them.
Jun is attracted to everything that lives and breathes. Hello? Is anybody there? Hello? Hello? I'll be damned. Hey, you, let me ask you something.
And how can I help you two fine gents?
Huh? Do I know you? I could swear I've seen you somewhere before.
Afraid you ain't gonna charm anyone with that tired old line, sir. Not even this old timer.
Playing hard to get, eh? My mistake. Anyway, what's your business here?
Just enjoying a moment to myself since I've got the day off. I like it here. It's peaceful.
We're looking for someone. Mind if we ask you some questions?
Sounds like a lucky man, sir, to have a strapping gent like yourself after him.
This one's business, not pleasure. Dedicated my life to putting this guy behind bars. It's just so funny.
It's just like, what? Sutsumi, like, are you coming on to me?
Why is everybody flirting with Sutsumi immediately?
You can say that again. Boss put in so many hours, even his wife and kid left him.
Enough, Ario. You'll set him off.
Sorry to hear that, sir. But if he glared at him like that all day, I can't say I blame him.
Oh, that's it. The guy I'm after used to laugh just like that. You sure you haven't seen him?
Oh, no, sir. Don't know anyone like that, sir. With a laugh like that, he must be bad to the bone.
He's a nasty piece of work, alright, but maybe he can still do the right thing.
You'd like to think so, huh? First time watching this game and you've got the impression it's a weird detective love story.
The flirting has not been in the game until just now. That's the thing. Ario, call for backup.
Huh? You mean that's him? Anyway, bye! Crap, he's running away! Why did we have a conversation from like 20 feet away?
No, wait!
No!
Why did you scream no?
Look in the bottom left!
Oh!
Ah!
Wow, you're so cringe.
We missed
I'll
a
go after
bird!
him. You get back up. What do you mean we? You missed a bird.
I missed one of the delinquent birds. Okay, I'm on it. From HQ to all bureaus. Suspect has been sighted in the former Yasuda Gardens and is fleeing towards Komagata Bridge.
Ariel, go the long way round. We'll trap him on the bridge.
Got it. Give it up, Nejima! Them having the conversation so far away makes it funnier when he must have literally screamed his wife and kids left him. You're surrounded. There's no way out. Hey now, you really gonna pull that thing on poor old me? When did the boys in blue get so trigger happy around unarmed civilians?
Unarmed my ass. We know what the curse you're packing is capable of. But we also know it can't do shit in daylight, so give it up and come quietly.
Can't do shit in daylight, huh? What do you think I am? Some third-rate amateur? I'm a goddamn black magician. Well, I'm Blue Eyes White Dragon!
No! Ariel! Shut the fuck up!
It's Dark Magician, but still close enough. No way. Can black magic really do that?
Like hell it can. He's pulling that out of his ass, Ariel. Black magic is from the West, and these curses are Japanese, so they don't have anything to do with each other. Besides, if he could use curses while the sun was up, he wouldn't have given us till dusk.
Oh, nice of you to take me at my word on that. Now that Iwa is out of the picture, I'm shit out of options.
Good to know. Sounds like it won't take much to get you to give up.
Careful now. I might just be desperate enough to try something.
And the kid over there might just be desperate enough to shoot.
Bit of a wild card, huh?
Folks are starting to gather. That's no surprise given the scene we're causing. You think they'd run away? But if Nejima's packing explosives, he wouldn't need a curse to cause a bloodbath.
Some people would, but other people... I mean, it's the same effect as to why people would slow down to look at a car crash.
Well, yeah, this one's more of like, you're gonna fucking die if you stay around.
Yeah?
These idiots need to get out of here, but they won't listen. Why do rubberneckers always have balls of steel? I doubt he can pull off what he's threatening, but we can't be too cautious here. And if we try to take him down by force, things could get sticky. If I keep him talking, maybe I can get him to drop his guard, or even talk him down. I just have to be careful not to provoke him. Best case scenario is we get him in cuffs. Next best is we steal his curse stone. Either way, I need to get some idea of how his curse works, or I'll be flying blind.
It's hard to really tell.
Damn, his hands are starting to get all shaky. Being face to face with Nejima must be getting to him. Shit. I have every confidence he won't, but God, I hope he doesn't crack under pressure and fire. Ario, if he makes any funny moves, shoot him.
Leave it to me, boss. I'll get him right between the eyes. Whoa, whoa, easy there, hotshot. I don't know if you're serious, but think about what you're saying here. If I really am unarmed, it'll be all over the news faster than you can say excessive force. My boss will take the fall, so that's fine by me.
You bet. I mean, wait, what?
You're shitting me. This guy's a basket case.
And a damn good officer.
Fuck me. You've got spirit, kid. I'll give you that.
Just give yourself up and this'll all be over.
Hey, boss, can I shoot already? My arm's getting tired over here. What?
Knock yourself out.
Whoa, hold up! The hell's wrong with you? You really gonna shoot a guy just because your arms are tired?
That's the Jun we know and love. Shooting people because his arms are tired.
Fuck, you look like you're really gonna do it. You're out of your goddamn minds, both of you.
Yes. Hear that, Ario? Let's hold off a little longer.
Aye aye, boss. Fuck me, the hell are you teaching that kid?
He's a natural.
Birds of a feather.
Jin looks so happy the longer I look at him. Don't take your eyes off this guy for a second, Ario.
Got it.
He's like, oh, I'm so ready for this. Nejima looks nothing at all like I remember him. Did he really starve himself skinny just for this? Is he that hell-bent on revenge?
Did he fire a gun on a bridge with other people visibly on it? No, that was just the sound effect of Nejima freaking out because he was like, holy shit, no, please don't shoot me, what the hell?
He is going to. We want him to shoot. Because that's our Jun.
Yeah.
Shooting people on bridges.
If you were wondering, those who may have missed it, Nejima is a serial killer. Okay. I thought there was a specific explanation on... Oh yeah, here we go.
Murders?
Yeah.
He cut people up and put them in the river.
Yeah, they only were able to get him for one murder because they found pieces of her body floating in the Sumida River, but he had kidnapped a high school girl and then meticulously cut her into pieces before dumping her in the river. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But first you gotta put that thing away. I can't think straight with a gun in my face. No.
Not a chance. If you've got something to say, then say it.
Everybody's hands are shaking. If he squeezes the trigger a bit too hard, I'm done for.
Makes things more exciting, don't you think?
You two have lost your fucking minds. I mean, these are both essentially the same thing, but I guess we should be careful about how we word it.
Yeah. I would assume curse. How about his curse? He had the curse stone for the one-sided reed.
Yeah, this guy, Nejima, he has an alias. He was pretending to be a janitor after he evaded his parole officer. Has a curse echo, specifically the one-sided reed, and while we know that he has it, and we've known that he's the one who has it, we don't really know exactly the ins and outs of how it works, but he has, with confidence, threatened to use it at dusk, and that because of how it functions, he should, based on what he says, he could be bluffing, but we have no reason to believe that as a bluff. He could use his Kuroseko to kill a lot of people all at once, instantly. And we do not want him to do that. Of course I do. Take a look.
That's it, alright.
Whoops, better put it somewhere safe. Wouldn't want something to happen to
What
it.
would happen if you shot the curse echo? How did you find out about the curse stones? They don't have anything to do with black magic. Someone else turned you onto them, didn't they?
That puffed up teacher Ariishi couldn't shut up about him. He's desperate for a chance to flaunt his smarts. All I had to do was act impressed. Yeah.
That still doesn't explain how you learned so much so fast.
Curses and black magic ain't as different as you seem to think. Far as I'm concerned, they're just two ways of harnessing paranormal powers.
Still, you sure there isn't more to it?
All that matters is whether that power is the real deal. And this curse is very real, as you well know.
Joke's on you, Nejima. Don't you know the one-sided reed is a fake dropped in with the rest?
Oh, give it a rest. I've tested it myself.
You use that thing on people? Son of a bitch!
When something this special falls into your lap, you gotta take it for a spin.
Yep, that's
just
what happened at the tutorial.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't our fault.
I'm just good at covering my tracks. Good enough not to get caught, at least.
Let me guess. You're back to your old tricks, attacking schoolgirls in the middle of the night.
Ah, so you know about that, huh? One of the brats put up a fight. Bought enough time for the other one to get away, so I went ahead and called it quits.
Sounds like a curse is a real pain to set off.
Nah, I had that sorted away beforehand, but she pulled some kind of spirit bullshit on me. Would have gotten the little bitch eventually, just didn't have the time.
Way beforehand, huh? Interesting.
If you think puzzling out my curse is gonna help, don't bother.
Why not?
Because you wouldn't be able to do shit about it either way. I'll let you in on a secret. I could fuck up a good few hundred people right now if I wanted to.
a few hundred. I'm guessing it only works on women.
That's possibly it.
That would be my guess, because otherwise he'd just use it on Jun and Tsutsumi.
Yeah. It also would make sense as to why he specifically is like, yeah, I could kill your daughter. I don't even need to know where she lives.
That's just, again, could be wrong, but that's my assumption. That it must only work on women.
I mean,
considering like, if you're a woman near
considering the story, because we've already mentioned this, out of all of the 7 mysteries, the one-sided read seems to be the one that's the most intact. Like, it didn't get messed up and kind of forgotten in terms of its details over time. Because, like, the Evergreen Beach, people were like, yeah, we don't really know what that means because the tree itself is naturally an evergreen, so we're not even really sure why it's one of the 7 mysteries, but it's in there. We just sort of forgot what it was actually. And then the story was that, the Kuroseko, the person who died, was hung from a beech tree. But that detail was just lost to time. But the one-sided read is like, yeah, a samurai chased down a lady and cut her in half, essentially. And then all the reeds along the bank only grew from one side.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the only one that's like, yeah, that's just dark. Because we read all of them, and most of them are just... they're more whimsical rather than horrors.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that's on purpose. Like, there should be a way for us to figure out what the one-sided read is ahead of time, but I'm just not 100% certain.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you're getting it. I could kill any one of them at any time.
Then I guess we've got ourselves a situation.
Let's make it a race. What happens first? You kill those people with your Kuroseko, or Jin fills you with lead?
You're telling me your curse can kill people you can't even see? Seems a bit unfair. You really can do that. Why'd you even bother showing up in person last night?
I wanted to make sure the curse worked, and I figured I'd need to clean up after.
What's it been, Nejima? 20 years you've been studying black magic? And now you're just giving it up for Eastern curses? I didn't have you down for a cheater!
Hey now, black magic screwed me over first.
What do you mean? It's black magic! What did you expect?
You can't blame a man for going with the girl who can meet his needs.
Screwed you over how? Because your resurrection ritual didn't work? That was the real point of the murders, wasn't it?
It'd be really funny to just hear a bang mid-sentence, and then June says, sorry, arm's aching again!
Yeah, that would be funny. Must have been rough putting in all that work for no payoff. Imagine my surprise when I finally found out what you were really after.
Why are you talking to me like that? Oops.
So now you're trying again with the rite of resurrection, taking the chance to spit in my eye while you do it. Tell me, Nejima. Who is it you want to resurrect so damn bad? Is it Hokusai? Who is it you spent 20 years chasing? It's the mother of that baby, ain't it? You had a partner. And you thought you never put a ring on her. And though you never put a ring on her, the two of you had a kid. Then she died. Maybe she got sick, Maybe she got in an accident. But either way, she left you and the kid all alone in the world. Tell me I'm wrong, Nejima. It's her you're trying to bring back, isn't it? I've seen for myself just how many folks are pinning their hope on this rite of resurrection. And I can tell you this, it ain't natural, and it ain't gonna lead to anything good. So, all you ever needed was someone to help you deal with the pain then.
God, you're so fucking stupid!
Huh?
Is that really what you think? That's hilarious! You don't know a goddamn thing.
What?
Damn
Shoot
it.
him!
For a second there, I really
God,
thought
he disrespected me!
For a second there, I really thought you were gonna talk him down, boss. Listen up, chump. I'll tell you what really happened 20 years ago.
What really happened? Go.
You got half of it right. I did have a loving girl back once, sweet as can be. She knows what she went by, though I couldn't tell you if that was her real name. Don't know where she came from either. She traveled, I think. Might have been an angel for all I know. She sure seemed like one to me. But then she got sick, and just like that, she was gone. My guess is that it was the pollution, but I never knew for sure. Couldn't afford a decent doctor. My life after that was a living hell. Until I found this grimoire in an old bookstore.
A grimoire, huh?
It told of a resurrection ritual. Black magic that could bring Shino back.
So I was right.
She's from another school, you wouldn't know her. Not exactly, see? Who said the ritual didn't work?
You said it yourself. Wait a second.
The gears are turning.
He resurrected her as a baby. You said it yourself. Black magic screwed you over.
Oh, it screwed me, alright. But it worked just fine.
What's that supposed to mean?
See, the ritual doesn't bring the person back as they were when they died. It's more like reincarnation, rebirth.
Rebirth? Oh, fuck! Wait!
Stupid black magic pulled a Silent Hill 1 on my ass.
Damn it! Oh no! Oh hell no! You mean that baby?
Damn right. The resurrection ritual brought Shino back to me as a fucking baby.
You gotta be kidding me! You're telling me that wasn't her kid? That was her? In the flesh?
The hell I am! That little brat was not my Shino! Her mind was gone. She was totally helpless. She didn't even know who I was.
That's because you was a baby!
Her warm arms, her gentle voice, gone, gone, gone! There wasn't a damn thing left of her!
What the hell did you expect? She was a baby! That's what I said, Satsumi! You really cared about her, you would have grown some balls and acted like a father!
Fuck that! I snatched sacrifices off the street for her, chopped them to pieces for her, and that's what I get? A screaming little bundle of shit and piss? That wasn't my Shino. Give me back her softness. Give me back her warmth. Give her back to me!
So you just left the baby to die? I knew you were scum, but you really are the lowest of the low. Holy shit!
Look me in the eye and tell me that if your wife turned into a baby, you'd love her just the same. How could I do that when I couldn't even be sure it was really her?
Yeah, I get it. I get it that you're human garbage who doesn't care about anyone but himself. So now you're going after the rite of resurrection in the hopes you'll get luckier this time.
Luck doesn't come into it. The rite really works. There's proof.
What happens if you get the same results? If Yoshino comes back as a baby again?
Would that even work because she technically isn't dead? He thinks Utsumi would just thrown his arms down while yelling, "She was a baby!"
This is the funniest conversation in the most serious moment. And I don't even know what to say.
Shut up! Don't you put that lie in my head! It'll work this time. It has to! Fumichika first began believing in miracles when he voluntarily enlisted in World War II as a teenager and was the only POW in his unit to survive. By the time the war ended and he was freed, he had learned some English and gained considerable weight from the food he was given in captivity. Upon returning to Japan, Fumichika found that the area in which his parents' house was located in Tokyo had been burned to the ground, and his entire family wiped out in the disaster. Starting over from nothing, he worked hard and eventually opened a small general store near the Sumida River. Though it was not a thriving business, it was enough to put food on the table. Fumichika was inspired by the new cultural trends flooding into the city as Tokyo was rebuilt from the ashes. He was especially fond of books and enjoyed visiting antique bookstores in Kanda to search for rare foreign books in his free time. Of all books, however, it was those on the paranormal and the occult that caught his eye, as he was already open to the existence of such things due to his miraculous return from the war. What was initially a passing interest gradually became a deep fascination with Western black magic as he gathered more information on the subject. The fact he wasn't shot yet is outstanding. Great conversation to be having while on a bridge with people around.
Yeah, they'd probably think it's like some, play.
Still single after
Resurrected my wife into a baby.
Say it like a Mr. Beast intro. Still single after 30, Fumichika tried performing a black magic ritual to summon a partner. Soon after, he met a woman who called herself Shino, though her real name remains unknown. Shino had left her hometown in the countryside, where she had no family or work to support her, and somehow made it to Tokyo while earning a meager daily wage. When she met Fumichika, she was haggard and on the verge of starvation. Fumichika, who felt a connection with Shino due to the ritual, decided to take her into his home and let her live there. Both of them having lived alone for most of their lives, the two turned out to be a perfect match. Shino gradually recovered, but still was not strong enough to work. Fumichika was by no means a skilled businessman, and their lives were far from financially secure, but Shino, who had experienced wartime Japan, was simply content to have food on the table to eat every day. The two spent their days together, poor but happy to be by each other's sides. Several years later, Shino's condition took a severe turn for the worse. The local doctor could offer them no help, and without enough money to take Shino to a major hospital, Fumichika resorted to using black magic to heal her. However, it was of no use, and she passed away at their home. Her final words were, "I'm sorry I must go first. I'll leave the rest to you." Fumichika plunged into intense despair. He drank and ate everything he could to distract himself, which caused him to rapidly gain weight. After a while, he was finally able to walk around town once more. He found himself drawn to an antique bookstore. Within reach, he found a grimoire he had never laid eyes on before. The grimoire contained detailed instructions on how to perform a resurrection through black magic. The rite required the dismemberment and sacrifice of a young woman, but this great cost only served to convince Fumichika that this would be the spell that would finally work. He embraced the grimoire and let its depictions of black magic consume his heart more than ever before. Fumichika then found a destitute woman in town who was on the verge of collapse, brought her to a basement warehouse, and performed the ritual sacrifice. However, it had no effect. Thinking that his own hesitation had got in the way, he was swift to perform the ritual again, but it still proved fruitless. He repeated this process 4 times in total. Each time, he dismembered the body into small pieces and dumped them into the filthy Sumida River, where they were never found. While cleaning up after his 4th kill, a disappointed Fumichika noticed an emaciated baby nearby. Could it have been Shino? Today, my wife is resurrected as a baby. Today, I'm resurrecting this wife as a baby. Wow, thanks, Mr. Beast. And that's not all, we're doing it 1,000 more times. Oh no. Fuck! Okay. Anyway, back to campy mystery cop music.
If I keep him talking, best case scenario, I swear we need to get out of this, why do you do that to me?
It doesn't matter. I'm through with black magic.
Is that why you gave your grimoire to EY?
I figured he could use it. I put a lot of work into getting him to believe that sort of stuff.
You seriously got your curse locked onto several hundred people? It's one hell of a curse stone you're packing. These things sure ain't made equal. And of course you got the nasty one, of all the shitty luck.
Hey, I'm told I pulled a good one.
Told. By who?
Whoops, I've said too much.
Imagine if he just said, "These nuts!" and
These
then just
nuts?
shoots them. Someone fed you all this info!
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why do you keep looking at Jun every single conversation?
Just making sure it didn't change.
Someone fed you all this info!
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, we can't go down that route. So it's about his threat.
That massacre you told me about on the phone. Did you mean it?
Every word. Don't you worry. Soon you'll have the case of a lifetime.
Oh yeah? And how are you gonna pull it off?
With my curse stone, stupid. Like I'm gonna tell you, dumbass. Same energy, different line. But I'll give you one thing for free. I never had to wait till sundown. I just wanted to make sure you'd really hate me for this.
Pretty sure I hate you plenty already.
That ain't shit. I need more hatred out of you. More. More. More!
Needy son of a bitch, ain't ya?
People ignored me while I was in prison.
I was ignored in prison. You'll never understand my pain. My wife turned into a baby.
Oh, I'm not done. Just wait till you see what I've got in store for what you really care about. You could be quaking in your fucking boots.
That's not gonna happen. Got enough to worry about without your sorry ass getting in her hair.
Now that's more like it. That's the face I wanted to see. Yeah, that's the stuff.
What's your problem, bro?
I'm a man of my word, as you're about to find out. Dude, it's 4 p.m. You've got a while until sunset.
Fine then, keep your mouth shut. But I do know one thing. All that about being able to use your curse during the day, it's bullshit. Just a bluff.
Oh, is that what you think?
Your back's to the wall and you still haven't used your curse.
Probably because your theory about it only working on women is correct and he can't actually use it against them. Else he probably would have killed them immediately.
I mean, that's what I would assume. If you really could pull the plug at any time, you'd have done it by now.
Now there's the Tsutsumi, I know. Fine, I admit it. Oh, okay. It's exactly like you said. If I could have used my curse, I would have. So I did.
Huh?
There should be a few new corpses around the city right about now. You sure you should be pointing guns at me when people are dying across the city? Tsusumi's like, you're the cause of the dead people. Why would we not shoot you?
So what you're telling me is that I should shoot you right
What
now,
you're telling me I should
would
shoot you and
die.
shove you into the river.
Let's see how you like it. Have fun in the river, bitch.
You didn't cut me up first.
Hey, Ariel, shoot him! Get someone to check that out. Just don't take your eyes off Nejima.
Aye, aye, boss.
Nejima's from.
Ah!
Ah!
Why is she here?
Go away, woman!
Sutsumi, don't look, but your daughter is behind you. Hey, I need someone over here. Yeah, that's right. Get to earning that paycheck. If you don't see to him soon, there'll be plenty more on the way. However, will you get out of this mess? The longer you keep me here, the more people die. That's blood on your hands.
Bullshit, you're bluffing.
Think what you like. You'll see soon enough. Alrighty then.
Huh?
Huh? Ah! I'll slit your throat, you little shit! Ah!
Wait, stop. Don't actually shoot, you idiot. Oh, God.
See you around, dumb fucks!
Shit, he jumped. I'm sorry, see you around, dumb fucks is funny as shit. Damn it, after him. Don't let him get away!
Shit, it's been 2 hours? From HQ to all bureaus. Suspect evaded officers at Komagata Bridge and fled.
John, what the fuck was that about?
And
John!
he currently remains at large. The time at which he threatened to carry out his attack is approaching. In response, we will call in reinforcements and widen the search perimeter beyond the immediate Sumida River area. Oh no, poor baby! Boss. Boss. Boss! Boss, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't lost my nerve and opened fire.
Enough. I told you. Oh wait, should we have told him to lower his weapon?
That? Maybe.
Enough. I told you already. It's on me. I should have told you to lower your weapon, John. Thinking that chasing him into the river would corner him was also a miscalculation. Sure, it's possible that right now he's sleeping with the fishes at the bottom of the river. Somehow I doubt things would be that easy.
Do you think he can really kill hundreds of people?
Who knows? Him saying he already used his curse turned out to be a bluff. Hard to believe he could kill hundreds at once, even with a curse stone, but all we can do is pray that he was lying. Sag.
The condition for Nejima's curse stone, the one-sided reed, was only later discovered. Oh. Kills by dismemberment, one whose face, address, name, age, occupation, and location are all known by the curse bearer.
What the fuck is that?
And so at sunset that day, out of 632 students enrolled at Komagata High School, the 377 who were at home each had one arm and one leg severed. One by one, in the order they appeared in the school register, they bled to death while screaming in agony.
Holy shit!
Having no known cause, this atrocity terrified the public, resulting in widespread panic. Before long, fear and speculation plunged society into total chaos, and misinformation about the curses began to spread. A series of unrelated incidents broke out, unleashing pandemonium beyond all control. While it is uncertain whether Fumichika Nejima intended things to go this far, Tetsuo Tsutsumi's daughter, Ayame Tono, was also killed by Nejima's crew shortly after. And Tetsuo Tsutsumi, unable to bear the heavy responsibility for the people's blame, quit the police force and fled from the public eye. At the very least, Nejima's goal of driving Tetsuo Tsutsumi to ruin could not have been more thoroughly achieved. Thus, with his rapturous satisfaction, the curtains close on. Ending 2. Nejima's Reminiscence.
So that ending was determined by if Jun had the gun pointed at him or not.
That's why he kept saying, like, damn, his hands are shaking. I don't think he'd shoot, but we can't be too sure. But yeah, God, he had the perfect occupation to know all that information about everything. Because they even mentioned it earlier in the game, about how, like, the school registry papers that the students themselves use in order to know what class they're in is easily accessible. He didn't even have to be a janitor. He could just easily pull that information, which is why he was so confident.
Which is why he was able to kill,
Mio. And, Yako in that one ending. Or bad ending? Death? What Nejima went on to use his enormous horde of soul dregs for remains unclear. But according to later reports, Nejima devoted himself to his master, a woman called Lady Ashino.
Ooh. Let's go do the other path. Wow.
But first... Mockingbird 9! What's his name? Knock It Owl.
No, it's Owl.
Know It Owl, sorry. Sorry.
How dare you not be able to read?
Sorry that yeah, Know It Owl. That sounds better. How many do we have? We have most of them, so we're missing 6. 6 of the 20. I love all of them that we've found so far. They're beautiful.
Oh, if Heart's still here, show them the duck.
Oh, yeah! Quackitude!
That's what you have, Heart and Scarf. You little fuck.
Hey!
Fine, Ariel, put the gun away.
Alright. But I'm ready to tackle him if he makes any sudden moves.
Be my guest.
Thank you kindly. I can breathe a little easier now. I think this is all the same.
Yeah, it's all been the same.
I kind of wish there was just like a hold the button, but no, I have to spam press B.
We still don't actually know if that baby was his wife, or if it was just some baby.
Gosh, these are some faces, though. Oh, you know, though, real quick, though, in regards to the 7 mysteries, yeah, persistently chased off of... He was basically a stalker, and then he killed her.
Oh, okay, so I guess I should have paid more attention to the stalker part.
I mean, it was a little vague, but it's like, he was persistently trying to get a lady's attention before killing her. Yeah, and there's Tomo. You're coming to town for casualties now, but it's gonna take a while. Oh, sounds like you better get to work. Alright, let's hope he cools off now that he's lowered his gun. No sudden moves now. Oh wait, that's you.
Things going through Ario's head right now. Maybe we look around? Wait, is he just stalling for time, or does he have some way to turn the tables? Huh? What the? Whoa, back up, back up, back up. The hell is she doing here? Crap, our eyes just met. This is bad, real bad. Why'd you have to pick now of all times?
Hello, estranged daughter. I am currently in the process of apprehending a potential serial killer.
Get out of here, damn it. Book it before he sees you. Oh, but I need to ask her about Namigaki. Shit.
Boss, where are you... Where are you doing? Looking all over the
place.
place.
Where are you doing?
Focus! Huh.
Damn it. Fuck, he's fast! Ayame, get away!
Ah! Well, Ayame Tono. I've been looking for you for a very long time. Huh? What? Dad!
Ayame, don't you dare, you bastard! Get away from her!
Get over here. Ah! Get off! You're hurting me! Stay right where you are, or she dies.
Hey, get back here!
Make me! See you around, dumb fucks. Whoa!
that piece of shit took Ayame hostage and ran off with her. After him. We can't let him get away!
From HQ to all bureaus. Suspect has evaded capture at Komagata Bridge and remains at large. He is currently on the run with one female hostage. I gotta say, boss, we really screwed that one up.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. It's my fault. All we can do now is hope he doesn't slip in that.
We know his identity now, boss. He can't run forever. Come on, keep your chin up. I'm sure the hostage will be alright.
I hope so.
I can't believe that was your daughter. How crazy is that? How crazy is she?
How crazy is you? Yeah.
You've been trying to get a hold of her. Somebody's home. Val! Val! Val, come here! He's ignoring me. We've been trying to get a hold of her since this morning, and she just shows up there? Who would have thought? What a twist of fate. Also, hello,
Yeah,
Days.
A bit too twisted of a twist for my liking.
I think you need a breather, boss. You're not making sense. Does this mean she was the one in the car with Namigaki?
No, we don't know that yet. Yes, we do. Let's see what she has to say before we jump to any conclusions.
Sorry, Tsutsumi, your daughter's kind of messed up. She wants to bring back Hokusai, the ancient woodblock painter. She convinced Namigati.
Like you say ancient like Hokusai's like a fucking Pokemon.
Famous woodblock painter Hokusai. She wants to bring him, of all people, back from the dead with the right. She used Namigaki because he had money, and she wants to live comfortably. Got bored of him. He hits Michio with his car and kills her on accident because he's speeding at night. And instead of him doing the right thing and reporting the accident to the police, she just goes over and goes, "No, look, it's like she fell from a building." I'm gonna pocket this talisman, by the way, but let's...
She just fell off a building. No one's
She
gonna
fell
know
off a
that she got
building.
hit by a car.
Let's drive the van to the mountains, remove the license plate, and scratch off the ID number, and they'll
leave
rule
it
it out
there
as a
for a year.
Yeah, shut up! Yeah, no, Tsutsumi, your daughter's kind of messed up. Alright, heart. Sleep well.
I don't know what your problem is, bro.
You sound tired, boss. That standoff must have done a number on you. Come on, let's treat ourselves to some mitsumame. That'll put a spring in your step. Oh my god, the smile! He's just like, oh, candy?
Yeah, that sounds good. Some sugar might be just what I need to get my brain working.
Whoa, hold on, boss. Sounds like Patrol's just gotten a message. I'll go check it out.
My sugar!
My sugar!
Sure thing. Please be good news. Please be good news. I am manifesting good news.
You don't look like you're about to tell me good news. Oh, good news, boss! They found Mejima!
Oh shit! What about the hostage?
I don't know. They just said to come quick. She took the read. She got the read from him and killed him.
That or she just beat the ever-living fuck out of him. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, he would be missing an arm and a leg.
Damn it, I guess we'll find out when we get there.
At 4:28 p.m., Fumichika Nejima. Help.
You okay?
No, I haven't had my sugar. Also known as Makoto Ashimiya, was discovered in the former Yasuda Gardens, beaten to death.
Bro.
The body suffered 110 distinct incidences of blunt force trauma. The case is being treated as a homicide. The deceased's possessions have not been recovered and appear to have been taken post-mortem. The location of the deceased's female hostage remains unclear. Please continue to pursue her as a person.
He actually beat the loving fuck out of that man.
She was like, oh, you have made a mistake, sir. I know you have a curse stone, and I would like that. And then somehow... We didn't arrest Namigaki, did we?
I don't remember what we did.
She probably has someone else. Because 100 that's excessive, and she didn't have anything on her.
Maybe she's just really good at kendo, like Shuichi was, the 11-year-old.
Yeah, because this doesn't match any of the curses. He wasn't crushed, he wasn't
She
burned.
just beat him up with her fist!
Beat him to death. 110 instances of blunt force trauma.
Sounds reasonable.
Like, if it was all her, good for her. But also, holy shit!
I guess we do the girls? Unless we can't?
No, we don't have... We're missing information. From looks
Oh
of
wait,
it.
maybe it's something like we need those two to show up at Hihaku Soaps.
Yeah, this is all the same, where we're like, Mio, you're super cool. Okay.
Mio, you're the best! Whoa!
We can't progress any further, so we gotta do Harue's. Too much to handle. By the way, before we even knew about the fax machine, look at what happens when we go into the Shigimo residence. I just love the fact that it's zoomed in on it.
A fax machine! It can send images to other places along with the telephone network. A fax machine. The number for our home is 63.
Ma'am, is everything okay?
I'm fine. There's just something I wanted to check.
I wanted to make sure that I wasn't being forgetful. Is that so?
Okay, well, I think we can go back to the other... darkness.
Fax! The number is 63 beep.
It happened again. The number for a fax machine just popped into my head. That's so crazy. There's no way all this... Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Are
that's...
we
that...
the ever-burning or the beckoning light? Are we playing as the beckoning light?
I don't know. Maybe.
There's no way all this information is coming from my own brain.
Wait, that might actually be correct. Because thinking about it, we were still unsure. Because I was still not sure, because the conditions in order to kill somebody with the Whispering Canal was that they turn your back on you. But Shogo turned his back on...
Yeah. On
Yoko. And then Yoko died.
That's why I was like...
If the beckoning light can kill curse bearers with their own curse, she was planning to kill Shogo, and then the beckoning light killed her, which is us. And then Shogo went around killing people in the one timeline, and then he died. He was found dead that morning, killed by his own curse.
So we just let him run around killing people, and then we decided, yeah,
You had your
time
fun.
to go, little shit.
Which
You're
is
done for now.
Wait, that means in the timeline where he didn't, Yoko is the last person. She's the one with the Whispering Canal.
Maybe? I don't know. I could be completely wrong on thinking that.
I mean, it's possible. It makes sense right now.
A lot of things make sense right now that probably don't make sense. Could someone be sending me their thoughts? That's weird as shit. Never mind, I have to focus. Let's get this message sent. Now, I need to tell them where I am. If I tell them everything I know about this place, they should be able to figure out where it is. First, I know I'm in a building owned by Hihaku, a factory or a warehouse. As for the address, it should be close to Hoonji Bridge. That's right, my curse echo is the beckoning light. That means this place must be near Hoonji Bridge. Okay, time to send it. I think this is how you do it. Alright. If the machine I sent it to is connected, it should be sent. Now I wait. Please. Somebody.
Help me. Anyway. Yes, thank you for zooming in on the fax machine again.
Oh, the phones.
Be my guest. You wouldn't want to keep them waiting.
Thank you. I shouldn't be long. Hello, Shigema residence. Oh, it wasn't the phone.
What's wrong?
Nothing. It was just the fax machine. I'm still not quite used to it.
Oh, this is a fax machine. Amazing! So this is how they look. This is incredible. Goodbye to snail mail, am I right? This is the future.
I didn't think it would excite you so much. Then again, you were excited by a playground earlier.
I feel like you're insulting me, ma'am.
Fuck up.
Oh, something came out! Is it finished? I could watch this thing all day! Huh?
What's this? It looks like it was written in pen, but...
What's it say? What's it say?
It says help. I'm trapped in a Hihaku Soap's warehouse or factory near Hoonji Bridge.
Huh? Hihaku!
Why would somebody send me such a message? Am I being pranked?
No, this is too fishy to be a coincidence. I wouldn't put it past Hihaku to have someone locked up if it's got anything to do with procuring the right. We should check it out. Hopefully, we don't find anything so sinister. Go! A cursed buyer might be lurking in the vicinity. I'm gonna check the surroundings. Oh, this seems to be the same. Something might have changed in the area. Keep your eyes peeled. After looking around, I determined the abandoned factory is indeed Hihaku's. An abandoned factory near the Hoonji Bridge. Everything lines up.
So the person who faxed us for help is in there?
Let's find out. If there's nothing, we should wrap up fast.
But isn't this place locked?
Don't underestimate me, ma'am. I can make short work of a simple lock like this.
Oh my. You are truly something else. Please be careful then. Will someone come and save me? No, Mayu. Did the fax work? I can only hope the person who gets it will come and help me.
Really? Is there nothing else to do in here?
Maybe there's something we're missing in the girls' one. Can we go somewhere else? No, I wonder if we just had to wait in that.
Yeah.
Because, like, what else do we do? That's the song that we just gotta wait for her to get rescued. This is such a lovely room. I wonder who has the Taiko of Suguru. Do you think it's the Hihaku Soaps lady?
Possible.
I just remembered that I heard the rules for the Rite of Resurrection when I got this curse stone. But killing other people to bring someone back? That's out of the question. Hajime would never accept sacrificing another person to come back himself. None of this was ever an option to begin with. The way we lived. Ever since we were kids. We were always ready to die if that's what it came to. We'd never take our foot off the gas just because we were scared of death. We were never such big fans of living anyways. That's why we were always prepared for it. I used to wonder if we took things a little too lightly. But that's just how much we trusted each other. So I have no use for some shitty right. And that's the truth, Hajime.
End. Okay.
Okay.
So we can make more progress now. Huh?
What is it?
That person coming this way.
What, that tall guy? Do you know him?
Yeah, from a little while back. Mr. Yumioka, over here. Oh. You're Ganmyoto's manager, Mr. Yumioka, yes? Good to see you again. What?
Huh?
Is the chairwoman of Hihaku Gamyoto? Because no one's ever seen them in person. What?
I guess?
He's the manager for the chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps. How is he also Gamyoto's manager?
But,
Huh?
like, wouldn't that make Gamyoto bad? Or is it like, oh, the chairwoman was just good this whole time, and
I have no idea.
I will be so mad if it's like, oh, the chairwoman was a good person the entire time.
No, I'm banking that she did the Feast of Shadows. Because they had everything set up. They planted Chozawa near Hoenji Bridge. They had to have known that the curses were awakening that night, because they were going to be the ones to do the Feast of Shadows. Araishi, Iwai, and I'm certain Nejima too. She has a hand in spreading that information to all of them. Because he said he was told how his thing worked. And he was like, oops, I said too much. Miss Kurasuzu. What a coincidence running into you here.
Gamyoto? Yumioka. Like, he's a little too nervous for just running into an acquaintance. Bro has problems. You know him, Mio?
Yeah, from a job a while back.
You know him, Mio? Just got what kind of person is this guy? He's been trying to avoid eye contact with Mio since he noticed it was her. Something's fishy.
How have things been since we last met? If she just stays with her training, she won't have to rely on cheating people anymore. Yes, she has been keeping at it.
Cheating people?
Miss Kurasuzu, so glad to see you are doing well. I assure you we've had no issues you need to concern yourself with.
You gotta tell me what happened.
A case from a while back. A family overseeing a reliquary came to us saying they were being investigated by someone suspicious.
Investigated?
A psychic named Seigen Gamoyoto suddenly showed up. She said that she had a premonition that something terrible would happen, and had to exorcise the temple immediately.
Sounds like a cover for a burglary.
After they notified the police, I was dispatched there by Paranormal Affairs. I inspected the place myself, but didn't see anything wrong, so I sent them away. He acted as Gamyoto's manager during the case.
That is pretty suspicious.
Him in the background like, how do I walk away from this without looking suspicious as fuck? Apparently, she was looking for something there, but I told her that's no excuse for fraud and sent her off with a scolding. And honestly, Gamyoto didn't even have much spirit sense to speak of, which soured my mood on the whole thing.
Right, so she was one of those types then?
Well, she's involved in all kinds of stuff, so she may at least be knowledgeable about paranormal objects. But essentially, she's one of those fraudulent psychics that are so common nowadays. Fraudulent psychic, huh? If you have no further business with me, then I'll be on my...
Oh, we have further business with you, buddy.
Oh, before you go, Gamyoto seemed to know a lot about paranormal objects. It would be a huge help if we could ask her about something. And what might that be? Is she familiar with an ancient text called the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll? Or anything about the descendants of an onmyoji named Seimon Tsuchimikado? I beg your pardon? Miss Kurisuzu, how do you... So you do know about it. I see. If that's what you're after, then that means... Hold it! Don't tell me you're trying to snatch some innocent schoolgirls this time! Stop right there! Huh?
That was purple text.
That was her! You read.
If it isn't Yumioka, what a pleasure to see you again!
What? Mayu Chozawa, what are you doing here? Huh? Chozawa?
This investigator here helped me out. You really did a number on me.
What do you know? We just so happen to have some business with Hihaku ourselves. Hell yeah! We're all joining forces! Let's corner Yumioka and beat the shit out of him! Why don't you join us?
You can do that much for us, can't you? You work for Hihaku, after all. Depending on how this conversation goes, I won't have to get the police involved.
Huh? You work for Hihaku?
What's going on?
Time to bail!
There's really no way you can refuse, though, is there?
You two young ladies must be involved as well. Would you care to join us?
Want to beat the fuck out of this guy?
Sure. They took him to Kinshibori!
Quite the view, isn't it? How long can you play dumb with this many people lined up and wanting answers from you? You better just give in and come clean with everything you know.
Excuse me, but first... I don't think there's any mockingbirds. They're pretty noticeable. Sometimes they're in really shitty corners, though. But everybody appears to be body blocking anything. The client.
She was only introduced... What the fuck? She was only introduced as the investigator's client. She's cool. It feels like we wouldn't stand a chance against a full-grown woman like her. Excuse me, are you new to all this too? Oh, I guess I'm kind of just tagging along. Heh heh heh. Me too. Let's make sure not to get in the way, shall we? Right. Wow, seeing a bunch of adults surround another adult like this is pretty wild. But Mio is amazing too. Keeping her cool at a time like this. She must be used to dealing with adults by now.
Excuse me, I had no idea that Gamyoto was connected with Hihaku. So I'd just like to ask. Was it Miss Yamamori from Hihaku who obtained the Record of Fates and passed it on to Araishi? No, that was not the case. Oh, my mistake. Was it Sweden Gamyoto's doing then? No, it was not. We first learned of the Record of Fates from Mr. Araishi. It was then that Miss Yamamori gained an interest in and extended a contract to compensate him in return for his research and findings.
Then who was it that activated the Feast of Shadows to call forth the curse of the 7 mysteries?
I give you my word that we had no part in that.
Well, then who did it?
Who knows? We have yet to figure that out. We had learned from Araishi beforehand that something would happen at midnight last night. That is all.
Hey, there's no way that's true. Stop lying!
I must ask that you please refrain
No!
from violence.
Hit him, Yako!
Hold on, Yako. It's alright. The minute I learned that Gamyoto was none other than the Queen of Hihaku herself, I felt that was the case. She doesn't have strong enough spirit sense for it.
Oh, gotcha.
While it is somewhat shameful, if you require proof, then so be it. What, so all that talk of supernatural powers was just hot air?
I don't think she has 0 spirit sense, but even Yako here has more than her.
I do?
Woman, you got possessed by your best friend. You have to have spirit sense for that to be possible.
Shut the fuck up, Leo!
Also, the spirit power lingering in this park has been bothering me for quite some time. The person who died here must have had considerably powerful spirit sense.
Shogo! It was Martini Man Shogo! He was
Shogo.
here!
Martini Man Shogo was just so strong.
If they were a Hihaku employee, then maybe they should have been the one running things.
My, to think Shogo Okie was so talented.
We miss you, Shogo.
We miss you, Shogo.
You were kind of a little shit stain, but...
At any rate, Hihaku wasn't the mastermind behind exposing the Record of Fates to the world and initiating the Feast of Shadows. I think we can be sure about that.
Alright.
And you know about the Record of Fates Yin Scroll too, don't you? If you were researching the Rite of Resurrection and the Record of Fates, then you must have looked into the Yin Scroll as well.
That's right. The Record of Fates alone wasn't enough to learn how to collect soul dregs.
I'm sure you looked into many things on your own, but how much do you actually know? Who and where Seimon Tsuchimikado's descendants are? Were you able to find that sort of information with Gamyoto's connections?
I can't reveal that.
Well, that's too bad. Oh, alright, fine.
Richter Kai!
We were introduced briefly earlier, but this flashy-looking guy is a private investigator. I thought they were only like that in TV shows, but I guess they're pretty intense in real life, too.
And flashy! Now then, I've come to hand over the Haunting Clapper's Curse Stone like I promised.
A curse stone?
Haruhi in the background like, lol. Thank you. I have to admit, I'm surprised that you are a man of your word. But first, I've got some questions about the curse stones you already have. None of them, right? Ho 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 ho. What exactly do you want to know? Earlier, you said that Hihaku have collected 6 curse stones already.
6?
I'd like to confirm which of the 7 mysteries they correspond to. And why do you need to know that? Because I don't trust, of course. If you really collected them like you say, you'd have no problem saying which curse stones they are, right? Don't look at us. Stop that. No fourth wall breaking. Don't look over here. Stop that. First, the Whispering Canal. Good, good. And what else? My Chozawa over there has the beckoning light.
Yep, you were the one who made sure I got it.
What?
Unfortunately for you, I don't feel like handing it over. So I don't think it counts as one of yours.
Good to know. Anyway, do continue. Next, there's the ever-burning lantern, which we gave to Hideki Araishi. So you consider that one of Hihaku's then? Haha, joke's on you! Whatever. Well, we'll worry about that later. That's 3. What about the others? Well, the others are... the foot-washing mansion and the evergreen beach.
What?
And lastly, the Fool's Procession, if I recall. So you claim. How about it, mademoiselle?
That's wrong! Those 3 are with Inspector Tsutsumi! I gave the Fool's Procession to him myself, so I know he's wrong.
There you have it. Too bad for you, pal. Also, you don't even have the ever-burning lantern anymore, because Tsutsumi has that one too! If our agreement was founded on lies, then I have no duty to hand over my curse stone like I'd promised. Meaning the only curse stone you have is the Whispering Canal. And it inevitably follows that you used it to kill that young man at Kinshibari Park, which is where we are right now. Such a horrible act, and to your own employee, no less. No. There you are mistaken. To be entirely frank with you, we do not possess a single curse stone. What? We plan to collect soul dregs using any method available to us, of course, as we needed the right. But committing murder ourselves was too much of a risk. We intended on having others collect the soul dregs for us. Is that so? Therefore, I myself have no soul dregs in my possession. It was our plan to arrange for particularly greedy individuals to receive the curses. What? It is possible Shogo Okie came to possess the Whispering Canal because of that. But by the time I became aware of this, he was already dead. I don't believe you. Are you really trying to talk your way out of this now? Or do you really want me to believe a Hihaku employee was cursed by complete coincidence? That is the truth, whether you believe me or not.
That doesn't make any sense, though, because if that was the case, then they would know that... Because it sounds like they arranged for most of them to land in specific people's hands. So they would know that... Wouldn't that mean...
Yoko...
I mean... They would know... I don't know. Their plan doesn't seem very good.
It must have been someone else entirely who took Shogo Okie's stone and killed him. Or they were the one who was given the stone, actually, and killed him. I have no idea whatsoever whose hands the Whispering Canal is in now, nor where it may be. Oh, could it really be? Then it wasn't Hihaku who put the idea in Fumichika Nejima's head to get a cursed stone either? Nejima? The only ones we've negotiated with are Iwai and Arashi. Interesting.
Excuse me, but does that mean you don't know the location of the remaining curse stones either? There's one that hasn't been mentioned. What about the Taiko of Suguru?
Ooh, good question, my mysterious mademoiselle. I'm afraid we have no information in that regard either. Have you heard enough about curse stones? I have nothing else to tell you.
Excuse me, Mr. Investigator.
What is it, mademoiselle?
Please stop calling me that. Would you be willing to give up the curse stone you have?
Ah, yes, you have a point. They're too dangerous to carelessly walk around with in one's pocket. However, sorry to disappoint you, that's not possible at the moment.
And why is that?
Ah, you don't know, do you? Then I'll tell both you and your friend from Hihaku over there. I doubt any of you have attempted it yet. But it seems that curse stones cannot be given to normal people.
Huh?
What? I actually tested it with the madame here earlier. Even if you give the cursed stone to someone else, the curse bearer doesn't change, and the stone eventually makes its way back to the bearer.
Who?
So even though it's in Satsume's possession, that doesn't mean anything. It's almost obvious when you think about it, seeing as how the cursed stones appeared to the curse bearers of their own accord to begin with.
But Inspector Satsumi has collected curse stones from other curse bearers.
Then Inspector Satsumi must be a curse bearer himself.
Ah.
Oh, okay, good. He did take their power away.
So from what you're saying, curse stones can only be transferred between curse bearers. And obtaining a curse stone alone doesn't make someone a curse bearer, so they can't use its curses?
Exactly. So they aren't quite as dangerous as you think. Meaning, even if Ayame Tono beat the shit out of Nejima and killed him and took one-sided reed, the one-sided reed is bunk. It's not gonna
But
work. Because she
might have the
Taiko. Oh, because we don't know how that kills people.
Maybe the Taiko Suguru just beats the fuck out of whoever.
You're right.
That's my kind of curse stone.
Hell
Who
yeah.
cares about dismemberment, hanging, fucking getting run over by a car?
That's not what one of the curses do.
Getting gutted, setting on fire. I prefer to just have my curse stone beat the ever-loving shit out of my enemies. Alright, curse, time to square up!
As
Get him!
As for Hihaku's intention of just collecting the curse stones for themselves, unfortunately for them, it was never going to work, unless there's a curse bearer among them. Ugh. That damn Arishi. How could he not know this?
That must be why I sensed that I couldn't take Yako's curse stone. I returned it right away when I borrowed it from her earlier.
And that's precisely how it works, my mysterious mademoiselle. I'll give mine directly to Imposter.
Imposter Sutsumi!
Inspector Sutsumi later.
If you know Inspector Satsumi, then I think that's best. Thank you.
Lol, they're not gonna do that.
She's Mayu Chozawa, the fiancée of Hajime Yoshimi, the police officer. I have to talk to her about Hitomi later. Wow, seeing a bunch of adults beat up on another adult is so freaking cool! I'll cut to the chase then. Are you the ones who killed Hajime Yoshimi?
No, we did not.
Of course you didn't. Don't try and play dumb now. If you not you, then who?
That much I don't know. While it is true that we were after the information he possessed, still don't know how he had a heart attack. Because Taiko beating to death makes more sense than Taiko heart attack. He was like a hamster. The drum was so loud, he just went into cardiac arrest. And you know what?
True and real.
My mind went to probably how the Kuroseko spirit attached to the stone died, but I'm not gonna say it because I don't know if that's actually how they died, but that makes the most sense to me.
They got jump scared so hard. It's like when the cymbals crash behind the person. Or the fucking pipe sound.
While it is true that we were after the information he possessed, he was killed by someone else before we could acquire it. Which forced us to target you instead, Miss Chozawa.
And that's why you forced me to talk and why I ended up with this curse, huh?
Indeed. Though I never thought you would escape.
Well, it took a couple of miracles, but yeah, I got out.
I found nail polish remover and a pen. And then Richter is like, you can fix pens with nail polish remover? Wow, I didn't know that, Mio.
And then
I
Haru-
didn't know that either. Yako, wow, that's so useful. Wait.
And then Haruhi punches Richter in the side. And just what information did Hajime have that you wanted? You really think you can get away with that answering now?
I'll kill you!
She squared up.
But
I'll show you Cursed Stone.
beats him with the cursed stone. She uses it like a rock.
Fine, I'll let someone else ask you something for now. Yaku's like, my turn! He's clearly shaken by this. Feels like he's desperately racking his brain for a way to get out of this. It's almost hard to watch.
Then would you prefer I expose to the public how Gamyoto is a fraud with almost zero spirit sense?
Fine. I understand. From the results of our independent research, I found that Seimon Tsuchimikado's descendant was
Which we
Hajime
already knew
Yoshimi.
that this was the case. What? So that's why you were after Hajime!
However, Hajime Yoshimi was only carrying a fragment of the whole.
A fragment.
That's right, he did say something about a fragment of an old manuscript.
The location of the Yin Scroll was hidden. This information was split into two and hidden in a pair of talismans, which were then passed down from generation to generation.
Ah! Talismans!
I see.
Hajime Yoshimi was supposed to have one, but it was almost certainly stolen when he was killed. It's possible that he knew the location of the other as well.
So that's why you questioned me about the things he'd inherited. That girl Hajime had been helping recently must have had it then. Oh! Michio's talisman!
Yes. Michio Shiraishi was also likely a descendant of Seimon Tsuchimikado.
What?
The talisman she carried as a keepsake from her father. We searched for it based on Miss Chuzawa's memories. However, Michio Shiraishi was already dead. Yes. By coincidence, she happened to be closely connected to Mr. Iwai, so we began our investigation there. But he was already dead too, leaving you in a quandary.
I see.
Oops, I killed him. Moving on.
Miho, if we can get both of the talismans...
Yep. We'll know the location of the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll.
Wow, sometimes the answer is right under your nose.
But we already know that somebody stole it off of her body, and we already know who that person is. And well, they don't know, but we know that she just beat a man to death and stole his cursed stone.
She just squared up.
Sometimes those answers are the hardest to find. Yako, let's keep quiet about the location of the talismans for now, okay?
Right. No need for Yu-Gi-Oh! Wink! That was a close one. I almost let it slip! Okay, I think that's about all we have to ask him. We'll let you off for today, since you went along with all our questions nicely. A pleasure working with you. We're done here.
But the information you have.
The hell are you whining about? I said we're done, so scram!
And that's all our business as well, so I shall be bidding you all farewell.
Yes, right.
Excuse me, Mr. Investigator. Please don't forget about that curse stone.
Don't you fret. I'll hand it over to Inspector Tsutsumi like I promised. I'm glad I didn't end up having to give it to that Yumioka. Let's take our leave, madame. With this, we shall be freed of this troublesome curse ourselves. Lol, JK, get wrecked, loser.
That lady and the investigator, we should keep an eye on them.
Agreed.
Really? Why?
Pretty sure Mayu could tell that they had the curse stone and they have no intention of giving it up.
I think they can't use their curse stones like at all during the day. So she
Oh,
can't
that's right.
tell.
She can't tell.
I
Right,
think they're
'cause-
up to something. Just my intuition, but still.
Yeah, I wonder what that investigator really wanted out of all of this. If his goal was getting information about the curse stones, then this might be bad.
Oh right, I got one of those curse stones too. The beckoning light.
Oh, right. If you wouldn't mind, would you give it to Inspector Tsutsumi without using it?
Yeah, sure. If you introduce me to the cop, that is.
I can tell you right now, I can only kill curse bearers with their own curse.
I can only kill Tsutsumi right now, so...
I guess if I wanted to, I could just randomly let light Miss Client on fire, but you know.
I feel like if I keep carrying it around with me, I'll start getting some weird ideas too. I just remembered! Mayu, I have something important to tell you! Whoa, what's with all the yelling all of a sudden? You know a girl named Hitomi Okuda, don't you? Really? Hitomi has Hajime's talisman?
Yes, he entrusted it to her in a panic just before his death. He sensed an imminent crisis closing in on him, but Hitomi was the only one around that he could ask for help.
That's so. I'm sorry she got left with such a big responsibility. That must mean that Hajime got killed by someone who was after that talisman. But since he gave it to someone else, they couldn't steal it like they wanted. I'll have to thank Hitomi for that. I also think it's going to be hard for us to get her to give up the talisman. Yeah, you may be right. It was Hajime's dying request to her. So you two need the talisman for something? Boop. Yeah! So why only Jun and Mayu get boobs? You can't just do it now. It doesn't work.
Oh, you didn't read
I didn't
that.
get to read it. Personally, I'd like to use the talisman as bait. I think then I could get my hands on the bastard that killed Hajime.
Please, I promise we'll uncover the mastermind behind all this. They probably have supernatural abilities at their disposal. Please leave them to us.
Yeah, we'll catch them. Don't you worry. Well, look at that. You've got that look in your eyes. The look that young people get that says they'll get something done no matter what it takes. How am I supposed to say no to that? You go and find them and give them what they deserve for what they did to my Hajime. You hear?
We will. I'm pretty mad at them myself.
If punches work on them, I'll give them a good one. Now that I can get behind. I'll leave it to you two. Now then, your next move should be to find Hitomi and get that talisman. Though, isn't there one more talisman you need?
Right. but we've got a pretty good idea of where the one Michio had is.
We'll have to check with Inspector Tsutsumi about that. We should go back to the school and call him. You got it. Okay, I'll head to the high school now and wait for you there.
Perfect.
I don't like the name of that one.
This is my last resort. We should probably do last resort first.
Yeah. It's nearing nighttime to where people are going to be able to use it again. An hour until dusk. We've received an update on the hostage situation. The 56-year-old male suspect who announced his intent to commit mass murder in Sumida City today had taken a woman hostage and gone on the run, but was found by the police in a park in Sumida after 4 p.m. and confirmed dead. The weapon the suspect was said to possess was nowhere to be found on site, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. Furthermore, the female hostage was not present, and the search for her continues. Interesting. If it's being reported on the news, then that lends credence to her story.
Well then, how should I proceed? Is this what it's like to be rushing to one's doom?
Ah! What the fuck is she doing here?
Hello, Ayame Tono.
Ayame Tono jump scare is right. Holy shit. I just wanted to see if she would interact with the TV.
Just moments ago, but he seems better now. You'd think it'd be harder for him to keep his cool.
Anyways, I should ask about her side of the story.
I wonder what her intentions are. How is she able to act like nothing happened? Is this just how girls are these days?
Well, it's just like I said, right?
The female hostage mentioned on the news just now. That must have been you. Which means you killed Nejima with your own curse stone.
Well, you said you'd give me refuge, so I came to take you up on that offer.
What are you planning?
Me? Well, obviously. I'm on to my last resort.
So you're a curse bearer with a curse stone too, right?
Are you surprised? Yes, I have a curse stone of my own. It's the Taiko of Suguru.
Then why go after other people's curse stones?
Because killing people is bad, you know? Don't you think so too?
We'll say I think so. You're right. It's wrong to kill people for the sake of resurrection.
Right? And it's not even 1 for 1, so it's hardly fair exchange. Either way, that's why I wanted to only use soul dregs gathered by others. That didn't work out in the end. No one had the backbone to use their curse. The world's gone soft. With no one mercilessly using their curse in pursuit of their own goals, I had to take matters into my own hands.
I heard that Namigaki, that young man you were with, used his curse stone too.
Huh? How do you know that? Ugh, creepy much. Are you stalking me?
Oh my gosh, she said ick.
I may have heard it from a detective I know. Ugh, there it is! Cops. But you know a bunch. I know your type. People who boast just because they know a couple cops. But the police is filled with nothing but scum. My, you seem to hold quite a grudge against the force. Speaking of, this guy's really creeping me out. What's the deal with him anyway? You gonna explain?
He's my dog.
I think I'll take refuge elsewhere.
And leaves. Even the way he moves is all weird and exaggerated. Right. I haven't introduced myself yet. No. No thank you.
What a bitch. Richter, what did we say about using that language? Do you want me to call you Kai instead? Let me introduce myself. It's hard to talk as strangers.
Is it? And are you okay with telling me who you are? Oh, we may have made a mistake immediately. Hold on. Because she has the one-sided read now. Well, I won't stop you. Do as you please.
We didn't have an option to... Well, I am Haruo Shigema, and this is my house. My father and husband are both with the police.
Is that so? Then you know that cops are just the worst people, right?
Well... There are certainly many who are cold, especially with their own family. In a police family, one is always expected to just grin and bear it, no matter what happens.
God, I know, right?
What a relief. You understand. I think we might get along.
Oh? Well, I'm glad then.
And I'm Richter Kai, private investigator. Ugh, did I ask? But, You're an
She hit him with
investigator.
the ick again.
So your job is to sneak around and follow people to pry into their secrets, right?
Oh, is that why you kept probing with all these questions? Ew. Guess there's not much I can do to change that terrible impression you got of me. Hey, lady, why are you working with this dude?
I asked him to look into something for me.
Really? It's just that he keeps looking this way. Yeah, because he doesn't trust you.
Do not do more introductions.
So, what were we talking about again?
Oh, right, Yutaro Namigaki. He's no good, honestly. He was such a wuss. I had to spur him on so many times for him to even use his curse. And even then, he was pissing his pants. And just when I take my eyes off him, he hands over his curse stone to someone. Honestly, he's a disappointment.
So that's what happened.
Which is why I figured I had to do it myself if I wanted it done right, you know. And that's why my last resort is collecting soul dregs of my own. We have no choice. Isn't your father a police officer as well? That man is not my father. Not in name or deed.
Sounds like there's some There's some bad blood there.
I've already legally cut all ties.
He even had the nerve to act all high and mighty today. Still refused to help me. You met him today? Yes, today. Remember that chief, Tsutsumi, who was chasing Nejima? Well, that's him. My dad. What? You're his daughter? Former daughter. I've cut ties. He's never acted like a father, so he doesn't deserve the title. You know, I heard something about that Nejima guy. Apparently, he wanted to get revenge on Chief Inspector Tsutsumi for his arrest by going after his daughter. Wait, really? And I heard the police had been searching non-stop to take you into protective custody. So, that explains why the police were staking out your place, too.
Man, how could I have known that? They came in such intimidating numbers.
Wait, huh? Hold on a minute! Doesn't that mean that Nejima was specifically after my life today? That sounds about right. It's a good thing you got out unscathed. Or rather, managed to turn the tables on him. Oh, that means legally speaking, it was self-defense. But that truly was quite frightening. To think I'd have to go through this just for being related to a cop. It's a disgrace.
It truly is. To cause their own child such trouble.
Yeah, sure, as she fucking manifested out of thin fucking air in the middle of what is a very tense situation. Please, we know you're a manipulator. She is manipulating them.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're not the one that needs to apologize, lady.
I'm sorry. It's just reminded me of what happened to my son.
Your son? What happened?
He's dead. My child was also kidnapped and murdered in order to enact revenge against the police, you see.
What? How awful! That's terrible! I'm sorry to hear that.
Now that you say it, I do remember hearing about an incident like that last year.
Along with the incident of the van in the mountains from last year. What's the matter?
That must have been your son, huh? My condolences.
Why'd you go so quiet? So when you were taken hostage by Nejima, you used the curse stone in the gardens and swiftly made your getaway?
No, because it was 4 p.m. The curse stones aren't active. She couldn't
So
have.
she really just beat the fuck out of him?
That's certainly possible, but yeah, I just realized he couldn't use it. We figured out in the bad ending that it was a bluff in that moment. And they didn't even, it wasn't even an hour. 6 p.m. is when the curse stones should reactivate. Or I guess 7, because 6 was the last hour before everything went off. And they found his body still around 4 p.m.
Well, yeah. I didn't really have time to think on it. At the time, I only thought of how to get out of there.
Then,
You're lying.
what about now? Could you use it again? Your curse stone.
Well, the curse stone doesn't respond during the day, but
It's evening now. So I tried using the curse just now, and yep, it seems I activated it.
what? You're using it now?
It still might be a little weak. I guess it's not supposed to be used repeatedly. But I think I could get it to work once more.
Oh. That's so.
Sure is. So I'll give you a final warning.
It's already started, so be careful,
It started. What started?
The curse, of course. All that's left is for the conditions to be fulfilled. Calm down, ma'am. If using a curse, one would target a curse bearer. Ay.
She activated her curse? The curse stones can be used already? I let my guard down. I didn't think it could be used this early in the evening.
Ma'am, please calm down.
What should I do? Should I keep her talking? You could just ask, do you have a light on you?
No, instead of talking about that, how about we talk about why you're so shaken? As I thought, you have a curse stone too. You're a curse bearer, aren't you, lady?
You probably shouldn't lie. Yes, I am. I'm sure you've already noticed.
Well, yeah, around last night. It was a little too obvious. Judging by your address, I'm guessing you've got the haunting clappers?
Yes, that's right.
There's a lot of soul dregs on the table for killing a curse bearer, you know.
I'm well aware.
Did you get soul dregs when you killed Nejima? Of course. His curse stone already contained some soul dregs as well. I think killing one more curse bearer will be enough for the raid.
You can combine soul dregs across several stones.
Correct. All it needs is the prerequisite amount. As long as you've got that, it doesn't seem to matter where you got them from.
I see. Then you won't mind if I took them, right?
My lady. You're quite motivated, aren't you? Ma'am. Just dig for, hey, do you got any fire on you?
I don't know, maybe that'll work?
Do you smoke? Huh? Well, a little.
Feel free to smoke if you want to, please.
It's okay. I don't see any ashtrays out on display either. Does no one smoke in this family?
A little rare, isn't it? Nobody in the family does. He knows.
Then why did you ask me if I did all of a sudden?
We could just kill her right now.
We could, but I kind of want to see where this goes. Because Richter did say that we would get in trouble with him. Mm-hmm.
I guess Nejima. How did you kill Fumichika Nejima?
I'm not telling you.
I only ask because it does concern me. He was one of the reasons my child was kidnapped.
There's not much to say. We talked, and he cleared the conditions for my stone.
Did he show any signs of remorse over his past crimes?
It didn't feel like he did, no.
I see.
This world is full of trash men, I tell you.
I agree.
I'm right here, ma'am.
In a way, I guess you could say you put a stop to Nejima's mass murder schemes.
About that. There's no guarantee that I won't do it myself.
Huh.
I picked up his curse stone of the one-sided reed. It really is something else. Unfortunately, I can't use a curse stone that's not mine until it's late at night.
Really? Are you okay with telling me that?
Ah, how silly of me. I let that slip. Tee-hee.
Your father, the chief inspector. I met him not too long ago.
Oh, really?
He came off a little stiff and awkward.
Huh. That's a surprise.
but there was something charming about his seriousness, and it seemed like he cared for his a lot about his daughter.
Ugh, please cut it out. It's gross. You don't know a thing about us. Outsiders shouldn't butt into another family's affairs. Though he may as well be a stranger to me now.
Even if you cut legal ties, you're still related by blood.
Huh? We're not related at all.
Huh?
He probably thought that I never noticed it, but it wasn't that hard for me to figure out that I wasn't related to them by blood.
Wait a sec, does that mean she was...
Yeah. I suspected as much.
Okay, then who the fuck was Toko? What the fuck is she in all this?
I'm not sure.
So you were adopted?
Well, I got curious, so I looked into it. It was all pretty straightforward. I was a baby when they took me in. All they did was raise me.
You didn't seem like the type to get laid anyway.
My mother first got pregnant shortly after she married. But it was a stillbirth. The whole affair left a deep wound on her heart. My father couldn't bear to see it. So it was for her sake that he did it. I was a substitute, a replacement for the child she lost. He decided that all by himself.
He didn't discuss it.
Maybe he was trying to be thoughtful. So any baby would have been fine, as long as it could have comforted the woman who hoped to become a mother.
Putting it in such a way. It's not easy to raise a child.
My mother was
You're
bewildered.
kind of a little shit.
Yeah, you kind
Holy
of really
moly.
fucking suck. Wouldn't you be? After being told to raise a baby that wasn't your own? But she couldn't just abandon the baby either. Yeah, my father just left everything to my mother and never lent a hand. He's so damn selfish. The two of them grew apart. I watched them try and figure out how to understand each other, and the sight of it disgusted me. It was a messed up family, I tell you. Well, I guess my presence was to blame for that rift to begin with.
You shouldn't say that.
I know he's bad at expressing himself and has his work, but still, that shouldn't be an excuse. But knowing all that, I couldn't take it anymore. It just made me want to hurry up and leave home and live on my own. I still rely on him for tuition and allowance, but that much is normal for most kids, right? I don't want him to start acting like he's my father now just because he's doing the minimum.
I mean, he could not be giving you tuition and an allowance. I'm sorry to hear that. Sounds like it was tough for all of you. I'm sorry, you're right. It's not my place to talk about your family.
Ah, well, I may have said too much. To think I spilled all that when I don't even know what the conditions are. Could it be what we were talking about had something to do with the activation conditions for the haunting clappers?
Who knows? What is your wish, Ayame? Is it really to resurrect Katsushika Hokusai?
Yes, there's no life that holds more value than his. Including my own.
You're saying you'd be willing to die if it meant bringing Hokusai back to life?
Not all life is equal. At least, not to me. A life that can birth art with the power to move hearts is infinitely more worthy. Compared to that. The life of someone like me, someone that can't produce a thing, has no value.
That's unhinged.
I'm still young. It's the age for wild thoughts. But, aren't you the same as me?
What?
You've got a life more important than your own. A life you consider more important than the lives of many others. And that's what you're doing it all for, isn't it?
You're right. If I can save my son, I couldn't care less about my life or the lives of others.
Who's unhinged now?
Well, yours is Hokusai, hers is her son. I'm a mother. It is what it is.
Dang, the feelings of a proper parent are something else. Uh-huh, sure.
But if that's your wish, then what do you plan on doing if you don't get your wish?
Oh, I haven't thought of it. I might just keep on trying to bring Hokusai back some other way.
You really are obsessed. You and Hihaku's chairwoman might be cut from the same cloth.
Who's that?
She's like an all-powerful vortex of obsession turned to yokai level of proportions.
You're saying I'll end up like her?
Are you looking forward to such a future?
I'd rather not have to wait until I'm old and creaking. I want it to happen now. I'll put my life on the line for Hokusai.
Listen, Ayame. I have something to ask you.
No. The answer's no.
The curse stone in your possession,
I'm not giving it up.
You're right. We're both made of stronger stuff than that. You're not giving it up. And neither am I.
You know full well, right? That there's no room left for negotiation here.
You're right. There's not. I think we have to kill her.
Did you try to use your curse? Just now? It seems I didn't meet your curse's conditions. I wonder if it was so smart to secretly toss the lighter I was carrying earlier.
But when did you?
You made a mistake when you decided to ask me about smoking. If a source of fire is the condition for your stone, then you won't see me falling for it now. You wasted your chance with all this chatter. All you needed was to activate your curse first. I brought everything Nejima had on him, including the lighter he was holding. But it's over now.
Yes, I concede.
Alrighty. With your cards on the table, you're out of options. It might be possible for Mr. Investigator there to pin me down by force. But he's not going to do that, is he? Correct. I won't take that risk, not while your curse's conditions are unknown.
Coward.
I came to kill you and acquire your soul dregs, but after hearing you out, I got a question for you. Why don't you just give up on the right of resurrection? You said it was your son, right? The one you want to bring back? But haven't you done enough? I'm sure your son is content knowing you cared for him this much. I'm truly willing to die to resurrect Hokusai, but you can't say the same, right? If you're gonna bring your son back, you have to be alive as well, right? In fact, what you really want is for both of you to live, right?
Yes.
Well, even if you both lived to see it. Your son would grow up knowing you for who you are. Someone who stole the lives of others to bring him back. You'd be putting the burden of shouldering all the lives sacrificed for him on his little shoulders.
Are you really okay with that?
If you didn't even think about that. Then what you're doing is not for your son. It's for yourself. Aren't you just bring him back to fulfill your own desires?
It's not.
Ma'am, what she's saying may be harsh, but holds a kernel of truth. Don't reduce yourself to nothing but a mother who would sacrifice anything for her son.
But that's not.
We discovered the truth behind his kidnapping. Next, you should take some time to come to understand your own feeling. I'll help you every step of the way. Getting to the heart of things is what an investigator does.
What will you do?
Ma'am, if you relinquish the curse stone to a curse bearer, you will no longer be a curse bearer. You won't be a target anymore. Ayame is giving you a chance. Think hard, and then give your answer.
I guess give up the curse stone. Very well. Here.
Thanks. Glad you could see reason. Ma'am, you made the right choice. Dang, you really didn't collect any soul dregs, huh?
I promised myself that if I ever used it, it would only be once. But in the end, it didn't come down to numbers.
So they only need to be carrying a flame. This seems pretty practical. Well, I'll be taking my leave then. There's no point in going after you or your soul dregs, so I'm off to the next curse bearer. Do you know who remains? You speak as if you've already figured it out. I've got a pretty good idea from our talk. What will you do? Do you plan to stop me? It's not my place to intervene.
Okay, then why were you stopping her? Why did you only care about stopping Haruhi?
No clue. All right then.
The only person he's been like, no killing, has been Haruhi.
Hey, lady, can I borrow your phone?
I don't mind. But who are you calling?
The cops. I think it would be faster if I called them directly.
Guess let's get the other endings. Because there's definitely other endings. Let's get the ending where we kill her, because that's probably an ending. Richter probably fucking karate chops us in half.
Oh! I didn't tell her about it, so I just murdered her. Whoops!
That was the whole thing. Ah. Get fucked.
Eat dirt. No. Ma'am, why?
It was the only way. Richter. Did we settle any outstanding tabs now?
Yeah, sure.
And then they start making out. Just kidding.
Amamori, you got a moment? Of course, what is it, Richter? I was just curious. Have you heard of the legend of the mother who prayed to the Sumida River and resurrected her dead child? What are you on about?
Who the fuck is Amamori, by the way?
The mother searched so desperately for her abducted child that she lost her mind. Her son was
What are
found
you-
dead in Sumida River. So then she then built a mound and continued to pray there until her son somehow emerged from the mound, back from the dead. Or so the legend goes. I heard it's being adapted into a no play too. Interesting. And? Well, it just had me thinking that legends really do exist. Sorry to ask again, but what are you on about?
What the fuck was that ending?
Never mind. It is what it is. Welcome to my office. It might be small and dirty, but welcome. Come on, Ernestine, say hello. That's it.
Oh my
Good
gosh.
girl.
She tweeted!
Oh, that boy over there. That must be. Hey, kid, I'm a private investigator. I worked with your mother not too long ago. What's that? You want to be an investigator when you grow up too? That's great. It's so much better than becoming a police officer. Hey, Omamori! Don't you tell the kid to give up on his dreams. I think it's a great idea. Why don't you bring us all some tea instead? Pardon me. Let's start over. What brings you to my humble office today? Harue's legacy.
I guess she just resurrects her son, and it's fine?
What?
Let's go get dinner, though.
Sure. Goodness, I just lit her on fire, no questions.
That was pretty funny. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and head down.
Yeah. Alright, everyone take this as an opportunity to take a short break yourselves. Stand up, stretch, get something to eat out or drink if you need it. And I'll be back in a little bit, as well as Fisk. We're gonna get dinner and eat it. So, yeah. Wow! I was gone for too long. I got pulled into a conversation. Sorry, everyone, for the longer than normal break. But I'm back now. Hello. I don't know how long we were gone for. Oh, we were gone for so long. I'm sorry, guys, for the really long break. We went down to eat and just something else was happening. So apologies for that. I don't know that Fisk is back. Still even, so we will wait a little bit for them.
I'm back.
Yes, welcome back. Hey, alright, we are back though. Alrighty. Let me pause. Oops. I didn't mean to press X. I, in fact, didn't, but I guess it hovered over. But yeah, we're back.
Let's see what happens if we don't give it to her.
Yes.
Sorry, but that won't make me back down.
Man, that lighter, when did you... What? My clothes are on fire!
There does not need to be an open flame. As long as there's a spark of fire on you.
Oh, I didn't press that.
Interesting.
Seems
Well, why
there's
is it still-
more, but we don't have the
Wait.
info.
What if we did it without her knowing? Like, we just don't activate the curse. Well, I guess Noah gets stuck. Never mind. Let's do the other one. Let's just do the other path.
Alright.
Mr. Satsumi, this is Mayu Chizawa.
Ah, so you're the one. The Sumida police was looking for you. Glad to see you're alright. Sorry, I should have told someone I was okay. I was just so pissed off. Falling right into Hihaku's hands. Got myself in some deep shit. Hihaku seems like they're still up to something. We'll have to make sure they clean up their act once and for all. Get it? 'Cause they sell soap.
Nice one, boss! You're really on top of your game today.
Stop trying to make me feel better. I shouldn't have said anything.
More importantly, Mayu, thank you for your cooperation with Yoshimi. We'll get to the bottom of it, I promise.
Oh, you must be Detective Ario. I heard a lot about you from Hajime. I'll be counting on you. Catch whoever did this. No matter what. Mayu rushed to Hitomi's place and back for us. She's been trying to appear calm, but I'm sure she must still be in shock. I'm not sure why, but I feel fired up. Feels like we're close to the moment of truth. I think Mio feels the same. But he's making jokes and stuff at a time like this because he doesn't want to stress us out. I wonder if he's able to stay so calm because of the experience, or he's just that kind of person. Detective Ariel was nice enough to get us something to drink earlier. Seeing a detective take time for little things like that helps put my mind at ease a little.
I'm not seeing any birds. Oh, nope.
Oh, that one's so cute.
Beekaboo. That is cute. 5 left.
I think we definitely missed some.
Oh yeah, I'm certain. That one was actually kind of hard to see.
They've all but finished investigating the crime scene, and the police have mostly left. They're letting us use the school as our base of communications as per Inspector Tsutsumi request.
Oh, Mr. Satsumi. I received a message from Paranormal Affairs earlier. It wasn't from Nakagoshi, but I had someone look into something for me.
So even the desk jockeys are lending a hand. Brings a tear to your eye. So what'd they say?
Right. About the Honmyoji woman who was in Edo at the time of the Honjo incident. She was a person of great beauty and discerning taste, but also shamelessly did whatever she wanted. It seemed to match the person seen in the resentful memory for the foot-washing mansion.
Huh. So she must have been the one who fought with Seiman over the right.
And they found that her name was Ashino.
Ashino, Huh? What else?
Sorry, game guy. Just, some stuff happened, and then they came in with that. I was just not in the mood. The break was long because I got roped into a conversation that I didn't really want to have because it just felt like a waste of time. And then a bot comes in offering views. I was just like, no.
That's all.
That's not much help.
Oh, but apparently she was quite the powerful Onmyoji. And she died bearing a similarly powerful resentment. It's possible that she became a vengeful spirit with a connection to the Seven Mysteries.
A vengeful spirit?
If any descendants of Ashino or people otherwise closely aligned with her live today, there's a possibility that spirit awakened and possessed them.
Yeah, you mentioned before that spirits can possess people who are closely in sync with them. So wait, is it gonna be some cop-out like, oh, Ayame was possessed the whole time? I'll actually be kind of upset if that's what it is.
I thought you were gonna say, Ayame is... I mean, Nejima meets a woman. She dies. Her name was Shino. He tries to resurrect her. It worked. That's the baby. That baby grows up into Ayame Tono. And then, in the bad ending, that, Tsutsumi had, Nejima kills a bunch of people, including Ayame Tono, brings back Shino, starts to worship Lady Ashino. Right? So, I have yet to try to make a connection as to how Shino is related to Ashino, but she hung around Namigiri, right? Who had the foot washing mansion, and tried to goad him into killing people for her. She's also been shown to be, really disturbed. And even though there is no foreseeable reason, aside from Tsutsumi is never home, to resent him, she hates him with a burning fucking passion. And then we have Hokusai. He lived during the time of the birth of the Seven Mysteries.
So like she loved him or something?
I think so.
Some weird shit like that?
She may not even be consciously aware of it as Ayame, considering she killed Nejima, but we've already confirmed she's a manipulator. She's kind of vain, and she just really hates people. Unless they hold some sort of value to society, though Hokusai is an artist, considering how he lived. It's a bit debatable what exactly she means by including him amongst them, because most people traditionally wouldn't find the arts super influential, which, you know, they're wrong, but especially at the time, yes, he was famous, but he kind of lived a difficult life. I don't know. A theory
Well,
of
let's
sorts.
just keep going.
Yeah.
Though this, of course, doesn't mean the spirit houses her complete personality. Her resentment and her spirit power, those are the parts of her that would have the strongest influence.
Since Seimon's descendants are still around in the present, it wouldn't be surprising if Ashino's were too. They might just be desk jockeys, but they wouldn't give us this info if it was only speculation. They must have found some amount of evidence looking into abnormal phenomena or things like that.
Oh, the Feast of Shadows.
There it is, or abnormal phenomena. Mio, what do you mean? That looks like the Pog face.
Wasn't the park that Araishi was in where he got the book from the woman where the Taiko of Suguru is?
Yeah.
The person who initiated the curse this time, who we've been calling the Mastermind. They might be possessed by the vengeful spirit of the Onmyoji named Ashino, the enemy of Seimon.
Do we have any idea who they could be or where to find them? Like, if you looked at them, Mio, would you be able to tell right away?
It's like how I didn't realize that Michio had fused with your consciousness, Yako. Common spirits will leak spirit energy left and right, so I can notice them just by looking carefully. But when spirits of a higher caliber fuse with someone's consciousness, detecting them isn't so simple.
Oh.
I'm sorry. My skills still need a lot of work, and I don't have anything else to offer.
Mio, that's not true at all. You're fine. We'll make this work somehow or other.
Thanks. Basically, I believe the mastermind behind everything is a woman possessed by the vengeful spirit of the Onmyoji Ashino.
I see. Is this mastermind also the one who killed Hajime trying to get the Record of Fate Seeing Scroll?
Yes, I think that's very likely.
So that's how it is, huh? Then I want you to catch them no matter what. Feels like we're finally coming up on the moment of truth. I don't know what will happen when I put the talismans together and obtain the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll. Oh, Mayu! Did you meet with Hitomi? Yeah, I met her at the spot I was told. She was acting tough, but I think the incident with Hajime really has her shaken up. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, is your
briefly
cat in
explained it.
there?
No. I mean, if you want to call Veb my cat.
Okay, Veb's in there.
I briefly explained our situation and had her give Hajime's talisman to me. Here, this is what you're looking for, right?
Yang talisman.
Yes, I believe that's it. Thank you so much. Mr. Tsutsumi, about this.
Right, you should hold on to it, Mio. Not like we could use it as it is. Try to figure out what we'll need to do once we get both halves together.
That is an actual cat, though. Right? Yes.
Yeah, it's a cat.
Understood. I'll see what I can do.
Do you know where the other talisman is?
Yes. Probably.
This is Hajime's last job. Finish it for him, okay? We will! I guess that's the end of his family line too, huh? All the people who inherited that talisman before him are already all gone. Come to think of it, did old man Ashimiya end up getting away?
He's dead. Ugh, so word's already out, huh?
He was concerned. He was cornered, but managed to take a hostage and escape, is what I heard on the radio. What happened after that?
So that's all they're reporting. Here's what really happened.
He was killed?
And the hostage was Tsutsumi's daughter, whose whereabouts are still unknown?
Yep, his daughter showing up was a huge surprise. Even Boss couldn't believe it.
Damn it, the hell do you expect? No one could have seen that coming.
So there's already an emergency search underway for her as a key witness and suspect. I'll be rejoining the search for her after we are done here.
Key witness and suspect. But wasn't she a hostage? Could she have killed Nejima and fled the scene?
Well, it's just a possibility.
Ugh. If we're talking possibilities, we might as well just tell him everything. It's very likely that Nejima was killed by a curse stone.
What? By a curse bearer? Oh, it's already evening, so the effect of the Feast of Shadows would be starting to return.
Yeah. Which makes it likely that a curse was used to kill him.
Boss, you're repeating yourself. Try to calm down for a sec.
But that would mean... the inspector's daughter is probably a curse bearer, right?
Huh, did you say something? Maybe I'm losing my hearing in my old age.
Boss, you can hear just fine. Don't play the old man card every time you want to get out of something. We even talked about how she might have the Taiko of Suguru if that's the case.
Did we? My memory's a little hazy. You've got a soft spot for your daughter, don't you, Inspector?
Too bad she doesn't even have a shadow of room for you. Like, damn.
Grrr. It just hits a little too close to home now.
But either way, we have to find her as soon as possible. That's why we'll be joining a search as soon as we're done here. One more thing. There's a very good chance that his daughter has Michio Shiraishi's talisman.
All the more reason for you to get back to that search. Best of luck.
What the hell has she gotten herself into? I heard you had a curse stone too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh.
should give this to you then, right? Those things really are a pain in the ass. I'll gladly hand it over to you before it starts giving me any crazy ideas. So this is the beckoning light, huh? Alright, it's safe and sound with me. Sorry you won't be able to bring him back. Don't worry about it. He and I were always prepared for the worst anyway. What the?
What's wrong?
Damn. Trigger for the beckoning light's curses. Some serious shit. Yeah, I thought so too. That's why I said it'd give me weird ideas. You see what I mean now?
How's it work?
I'll leave you a note you can read later. We have more important things to worry about right now.
Right.
Mr. Tsutsumi, does that make it 5 curse stones that you've gathered now?
Should be. I want to get the other 4 under wraps as soon as we can.
Let's see. I have no idea about the Whispering Canal. Someone made off with the one-sided reed, which Nejima had.
Yeah, damn shame.
After that, you said earlier that the Taiko of Suguru might be with your daughter, Inspector?
Well, let's set that one aside for now. So we can assume that the curse bearers are all still prowling around out there with those ones. What a headache. Hopefully we can find them soon. Now, is that everything we needed to chat about? If you don't need anything else, we'll be going back to the search. There is actually one thing. Oh, what's that? Just completely hypothetically. Hypothetically, what if the inspector's daughter was the mastermind? I mean, she's a woman. Seems like she was after the talismans. Sorry, I don't really understand what you mean.
Boss, come on. We gotta look at the facts.
But that would mean Inspector Tsutsumi would also have to be one of Ashino's descendants.
Oh, right. You're just a normal person, right, Inspector?
Unless that's why you're so resistant to the paranormal. No, we know they're not related biologically.
Don't believe I've ever heard anything about being related to someone Myoji. He knows.
Well, of course he knows. Why would he not?
But... well, if you put it like that... her being the mastermind, it's possible.
Really?
Well, yeah. I say possible, because now he knows that she's the baby.
Well, he always knew she was the baby.
Yeah, but he knows she's the baby wife.
Oh, yeah. That's such a weird statement.
I say possible. I mean unlikely is what I want to think. Damn it. I don't even want to imagine it.
Boss, if we're gonna consider it, we have to do it properly. No dragging your heels about it.
No, it's not that. There's something I never told her, never wanted to tell her. Truth is, she's not my real daughter.
What?
20 years ago, well, it's a long story. We took her in when she was just a baby.
Do you know anything about her birth parents?
You could say I do, I guess, but really I don't know anything.
What's that supposed to mean? I don't get it.
Ario, you heard what I said, didn't you?
Just now? About 20 years ago. No! Boss, that can't be! Nejima's...
That's right. When we arrested Fumichika Nejima, there was a baby at his house on the brink of death. That was my daughter, Ayame Tsutsumi. She goes by Ayame Tomo now. What? Someone had to take care of her. A baby holds no blame for the circumstances she came from.
But, boss, according to Nejima, that baby... it's his former lover reincarnated using black magic!
What?
Personally, I think that story is bullshit.
According to Nejima.
My goodness.
It's hard to believe from Nejima's behavior. Could it really be true? I've got a few doubts. We have to question whether the Shino woman ever really existed in the first place. There are no records of her, and no body was found. Her name never came up once during the investigation. Even if this woman really existed, I'm skeptical that someone could be reincarnated as a baby through black magic.
I agree. No matter how you look at it, a spell with that effect is hard to believe. Even the supernatural has rules that must be followed. Seems more likely he's deluded himself, not wanting to recognize that a spell he risked his life on failed to work.
That's my thinking too. The more natural conclusion is that the baby is his and she knows, and that she died in childbirth. As long as we don't know Shino's origin, we have to consider the possibility that she could be a descendant of Ashino. Huh, if nothing else, their names are pretty similar.
Okay, assuming all of that is true for a moment. Ayame getting taken away by Nejima and then killing him. That would mean she killed her own father. Or her lover.
Calm down, this is all still conjecture. But now that Nejima is dead, we have no means to investigate. So regardless of everything, there's only one thing that matters. She's my daughter! As her parent, I'm responsible for her. Nothing can change that.
I understand.
Alright, we should get back to the search. We'll find her and clear up all of this.
Yes, sir.
The talisman you young ladies are looking for has something to do with this as well. We'd appreciate it if you could help us find it. So if anything happens, please call the police. We will! I'm worried about Hitomi, so I'm gonna head to where she is. I'll be waiting to hear some good news from you all.
Sumida River, 6 p.m.
Hey. How long has it been since we saw each other? 3 years? How have you been? I think the last time was when you came to see me after deciding to go to university.
That wasn't because I wanted to see you. I just needed money to pay my tuition.
Heh. Not one to mince words, eh?
You came alone, right?
Yeah. It's just me. You make it sound like I'm handing over ransom money for hostages.
I just don't want to get caught, okay?
I never thought I'd see the day that you called the police.
It's a good thing she doesn't have the Evergreen Beach, 'cause damn! There's something I needed to see you about.
It's his 3 children, his new kids. Well, alright then. After his first child was such a bitch, he got 3 replacements. We've got a lot to talk about, so let's get through things one by one.
I don't see a bird.
The sun is starting to dip down into the horizon. This long, long day is about to end. You don't have to worry about Nejima's threat anymore. But I sure didn't expect this to happen. She called the police asking for me by name and demanded I come to meet her here alone. They asked if I wanted a team to set up a perimeter, but I had them stand down. Sure, she might make a run for it, but I don't want her panicking if she has a curse stone. Besides, I'm not trying to take her in by force. She sure has changed over the past 3 years, got more of a grown-up air about her now. Hard to believe she's the same little girl who would get an omelet all over her face when we took her out to eat. Wait a minute. Is that how far back I have to go for a happy memory together? I wonder if she hates me. You have a curse stone, don't you?
I do.
You wouldn't happen to feel like handing it over, would you? The police will handle any damages the curse caused. Now, before you do any more wrong with it.
I'm not giving it up.
Of course not. Me being a curse bearer. Are you after my life?
That's exactly what I'm here for. I didn't come to chat. We can talk all you want, but as soon as the condition for my curse is met, I'll use it. No hesitation.
Or do you have more than one? How many curse stones do you have?
3. Not that it matters.
3, huh?
I'm not handing them over.
Can I ask you one thing? Do you know anything about the talisman Michio Shiraishi had?
Michio Shiraishi.
From the car crash you were in with that Namigaki guy.
Oh, with Yutaro? Yeah, it was there.
Yutaro? That sounds like... So you... him... were... I mean...
Not really. He was kind of a boring guy.
What? You're serious? But he said...
You're getting off track, Mr. Satsumi. The talisman! Get back to the talisman! We shouldn't have relied on him for this.
What the fuck? Is this comedy? Well, if you don't plan on seeing him again, it doesn't matter. But with that hit and run case on top of everything, you're really in deep.
Is that really what you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, no. Tell me about the talisman. Did you take it from the scene?
You mean this?
That's it.
I picked it up at the scene of the crash. I didn't want to leave fingerprints behind.
That's all. There's really no other reason.
What's the big deal? Is it really that special? This old thing?
Yeah, it's real important. Would you mind giving it to me?
Important? For what?
For putting a stop to the curses of the 7 mysteries.
Why
would you tell her
that?
that?
Oh. So, that means if I give you the talisman, I won't be able to use the right. Then no way. I'm definitely keeping it.
Ugh, I screwed that one up. No shit! Mr. Satsui, you really can't do any better than that.
Come on, the talisman.
Will you give me the talisman?
What? No way. I can't lose the right.
Why are you willing to go so far for the rite of resurrection? What do you want with it?
Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. You'd just call it stupid and dismiss the idea completely.
Come on, I wouldn't do that. Maybe together we can think up a way for you to get what you want without resurrection.
I want to bring Katsushika Hokusai back to life.
Hokusai? What? Hokusai the ukiyo-e artist? That Hokusai? You want to bring him back to life?
That'd be quite the feat, huh?
That's... You... I heard you liked his art, but... Why would you do something so stupid?
See?
Gah!
The only time I ever felt there was a place I belonged was when I was immersed in the dreamlike world of ukiyo-e. Though I'm sure you never noticed.
Really had no idea.
It saved me. Hokusai is the reason I'm still alive today.
Didn't know you felt so hopeless.
You would only realize it now. But it's too late. Feeling sorry won't do either of us any good. From the moment I heard about the rite of resurrection, I knew that was my destiny. And this is all... And if this is all I ever accomplish, I'll die happy.
You're really serious about this. I'm sorry I couldn't save you from Nejima. Are you hurt?
And there it is. That's so like you.
What?
You're only mentioning that now. Shouldn't that have been the first thing you asked me?
Well, it was the fourth down in the list.
You're not worried about me. All you care about is yourself.
Well, you've kind of been a bitch. Yeah, you're right. I've been selfish, I know.
Oh, come on, Mr. Sutsumi. You can do better than that.
What do you mean he really screwed up there? What are you guys doing?
I'm fine. I managed to get away somehow or other.
Right, I'm glad. Then I'll put this bluntly. Did you kill Nejima?
And if I did, would you hide me from the police?
Well, I don't know if I...
That's what I thought. Your job is the only thing you really care about. Yes, I did it. That's honestly not how that works, buddy.
You...
I don't think he even knew I was a curse bearer. He brought me to those gardens, and I realized that while he was talking to me that he fulfilled the condition of my curse. So I just gave it a shot. I didn't think it would actually activate. So, there's no going back now.
It's not true. You can still make things right. Before you make them worse.
Then let me say it another way. This is my chance, and I won't throw it away.
Your chance? Did Nejima say anything to you?
He said a lot of bad things about you, that's for sure.
Yeah, not surprised there.
So I said a lot of bad things about you back. I didn't want to be outdone.
Harsh.
In that sense, I felt just a little like he was my kindred spirit.
No, no, no. Kindred spirit? What are you talking about? He's a dangerous criminal.
But I'm a murderer now too, aren't I? Maybe we're not so different.
You didn't No, it's not quite the same. No, you're different.
Am I?
Well, maybe not that different.
But at least you're honest.
I know I haven't been the best father, but I wonder, of all the fathers in the world, are there any who wouldn't cover for their child if they committed a crime?
How should I know? You're the detective here. You must have seen plenty of cases like that.
Plenty of parents take the fall for their children, give them a place to hide. As a person, it's wrong, but maybe, as a parent, it's the right thing to do.
I don't know. But I think having a father like that would make it easier to go to him for advice if I did do something wrong. Maybe there's a sense of security in knowing that no matter what happened, you'd have at least one person on your side.
I see. So that's what it would take to be on your side. I can't do that.
That's okay. I wasn't really expecting you to.
So Nejima really didn't tell you anything?
Not really, no.
How is she? Yatsuko, I mean. Yasuko.
Mom? I haven't kept in touch with her. I've been on my own this whole time. I'm sure you've reached out to her, though, haven't you?
I did call her this morning, actually, just to make sure she was safe. She'd been running around all over the place looking for you.
Sounds like she's fine to me. Did you contact her after I called the police to tell her you'd heard from me?
I did not.
Tisk tisk.
Well, I heard you were into nightlife and staying out late these days. Didn't want her to worry more than she already was.
You're one to talk. I think I've let you talk enough. Mind letting me have a turn?
By all means.
You're hiding something. You're hiding something from me, aren't you?
Well, sure. You can't live as long as I have without having a secret too.
Of course you try to dodge the question. Now then, let me tell you about how my curse stone, the Taiko of Suguru, works.
What?
My curse bludgeons to death anyone I find out is hiding something from me. So if you try to cover something up that I know is true, I'll be able to use my curse on you. With that in mind, can I ask you one more thing?
I get it. Why you wanted to see me. Then let me tell you one thing first. The Evergreen Beach has a similar condition. I can use my curse on anyone who tells me a lie.
What? How is that fair? And you'd use that curse on me?
As an officer of the law, it's inexcusable. But as a parent with a duty to his child, I have no other choice.
Are you threatening me? Do you really think that's enough to convince me to do as you say?
I don't want to use it either, but for your sake, I suggest you try not to lie.
Go ahead then. If I lie, then so be it. Okay, I'm gonna ask. If you try to hide it now, you really will die. Am I your real daughter? I'm just a baby you picked up to replace your stillborn, aren't I? And you could never bring yourself to tell me who my real parents were, so you just kept hiding it. Still too much of a coward to tell me, huh? You don't like the truth, so you won't admit it. That my real parent is the man I was just with.
Ayame! Is that all you have to say? Then I only have one answer for you. You are honestly and truly our daughter. Nothing more, nothing less.
Even now, you're still trying to hide it? Why? Are you really that stupid?
Gah! Gah!
Boss! Boss! Why? Is your pride worth dying for?
Ooh.
I should have known. Why? Why go this far to hide it?
Ayame, listen.
Huh? You're... how?
Ayame. Be proud. No matter what happens, you are our precious daughter.
No way. How are you still alive?
I don't know what that piece of shit Nejima filled your head with. But you're not Shino. And you're not Ashino either. You're our daughter, Ayame Tsutsumi. Right, I guess it's Tono now. Well, that's fine too. Tsutsumi, Tono, both will always be part of who you are.
What? Why are you doing this? That's not true. The curse proves that it's not.
Sure. You probably don't have many memories of us playing together. And I did leave everything at home to your mom, and I was barely ever there for you. Even so, when I was working, no matter how grisly a crime scene I was at, all I ever wanted was for you to grow up and be happy. That's it.
Why? Why say all of this now?
So do one last thing for me. I want you to tell me the truth, too. If you lie to me now, I'm taking you with me.
Stop. I can't.
The mastermind behind all this, the one who awakened the curses of the 7 mysteries in order to use the right. Wasn't you, was it?
No. No. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
And picking up Michio Shiraishi's talisman was just coincidence, right?
Huh? Yeah, I already told you that.
Ah, good. Hearing that, I can rest easy. You're nothing like Nejima. You can stand on your own 2 legs. You can keep living without escaping into a fantasy. You can hate me. You can dream all the crazy dreams you want. Just don't ever stop trying to do good.
I don't think she has been.
You're a victim of your curse, too. It's not too late to atone for the hit and run, for using the curse. Don't run away. You can still make things right. I know you can. Because you're my daughter. And after that, just live the best life you can.
Too late. Dad! Boss! Boss!
Ariel looks bored.
That day at 6:18 p.m., Ayame Tono was taken into custody. Tetsuo Tsutsumi's death was confirmed at the same time. The 5 curse stones possessed by Tsutsumi, as well as the 3 given up by Ayame, lost their curse bearers. This temporarily extinguished their spirit power, allowing Mio Kurosuzu to obtain them and seal them away without difficulty. The yin talisman possessed by Ayame Tono was recovered and entrusted to Mio Kurosuzu as well. Thus, any massacre that could potentially be caused by this iteration of the curses was prevented before it could ever happen. What? What about the... Or so it seemed.
The deep sound of drums once more reverberates through the night air. How long has it been since we started hearing them each day? Could it be coming from the daimyo's residence? I've heard that they have a drum in their fire watchtower instead of wooden clackers. But I don't see a fire, so why are they sounding the drum? The morning a body was found. Isn't that old man Hanzo the ukiyo-e painter? He lived nearby but hadn't been out for years, despite his best efforts to sell his works. Every now and then his granddaughter would visit and he would teach her to paint. It's the old man's only pleasure. One day his granddaughter told him about her dreams, curses, souls, resurrection. Hearing her tale, the old man was gripped by a sudden zeal and began to paint with great fervor. His work quickly became famous, enchanting all those who viewed the strange imagery. Even the daimyo had taken notice. What could have possibly have happened? The people whispered amongst each other. It looked almost as if he had been beaten by a drum. Beaten like a drum. Fuck, guys.
Kills by dismemberment, one whose face, address, name, age, occupation, and location are all known by the curse bearer.
Okoma was a lovely woman. She spirited, worked hard, and lived a frugal yet pleasant life. Until her husband hanged himself. My husband, a swindler? Who would believe such a thing? Okama was determined to clear her husband's name. That is when she met Tomezo, a man that was a stranger to these parts. This man must be one of the daimyo's spies. It appears that after my husband, I will be next, so be it. But what is he hunting for? Okama, putting on the airs of a woman mourning her husband, went to the bridge nightly to seek information from Tomezo. She soon discovered that she was right, and that her husband had been deceived. Okama decided to bring her newfound knowledge to the daimyo, much to Tomozo's alarm. Angered at having been misled, he confronted her on the bridge, but Okama would not listen. She cursed him, called him vile names, and eventually his patience went thin. Blood splattered everywhere, and by the time he returned to his senses, it was already too late. He looked over the bridge, river of blood below, and saw the corpse of a woman missing both an arm and a leg.
Jun Ario, 8 p.m.
That means I get to voice him. No, you can voice him.
Sorry for keeping you out so late, Mio. I can't take my mind off the curse bearer who was never found.
Oh, it's no problem for me. I usually work at night anyway. Did you see Yako home safely?
Yep, we sent her home in a patrol car earlier. Apparently she put up quite a fuss, saying she wanted to see things through to the end.
Thank you. The Feast of Shadows was starting to take effect, so it would have been dangerous.
8 p.m. with no one around, this place is as silent as a grave. No one wants to go out at night in these parts after everything that's happened over the past 2 days. Revisiting the park at night. Budgie Mary! Okay, so unless the game goes on for longer than I think it is, we missed 4. So much has happened this evening, but it's still not over. We haven't found the curse bearer of the Whispering Canal, and we still have to put a stop to these curses.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's you.
What's wrong?
Next is Detective Ario.
What? I can't get my mind off the remaining curse stone, the Whispering Canal, and who the mastermind is. But we have to deal with that thing before I can even worry about any of that. How's it going with the 2 talismans? Have you figured out the location of the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll?
I have, more or less. When I combined the contents of the 2 talismans, they formed a seal which could be undone. The things inside the talismans that looked like scraps of wood were actually a tiny scroll kept folded up by a seal.
Who would have thought the talismans actually contained the scroll itself? So what's the Yin Scroll say, then? What's it say?
Well, there's one more seal we have to undo to open the scroll. It's giving me some trouble, so I was actually hoping you could help me out.
Okay, unlocking the seal. Got it. Sure thing. I don't know what I'll be able to do, but let me at it.
Wow, I didn't expect you to be so eager to help. It's oddly reassuring. Okay, let's see. There are 5 seals holding the scroll shut. I think we have to remove them in the correct order. Each seal has a different design. A carp, a light, a beech leaf, a tychodrome, and a reed.
Remove the 5 seals in the right order. Okay. If we get it wrong, is it gonna, go boom?
Huh? No, we'll just have to try again. I tested it once already.
Oh, you already tried it yourself. So brave.
I think it's devised so the seal can only be undone if the curses for the rite have already been unleashed. And I think there's a hint to opening it hidden in something related to the curses. Just let me know when you're ready.
Guess it makes sense for such an important document to be sealed so tight. It might help to talk things over with Mio if I get stuck.
It won't explode or anything, so we might as well give it a try.
I see. Okay.
Okay, let me think about this. Do you think it's... Well, no, because I was thinking it was all the ones Shogo ran, the orders that, because, I mean, why did we spend 2 hours consulting with Shogo if it meant absolutely nothing? But, he didn't run into the Taiko Suguru, so...
Yeah, and he didn't run into the Reed. No, some of these stories are connected to each other, because it's the tragedy. So I think no matter what, the light is the last one, because that's the beckoning light. The beech leaf was... he was hung. The taiko drum, they also mentioned a rite of resurrection. And the reed was... she gathered information after the death of her husband. And then the carp, which is the Whispering Canal, is the daughter.
Okay, so what's the order then?
I don't think that was right.
Nope, no good.
Do you recognize any of the things on these seals? They sort of look familiar. Maybe there'd be something in our files.
Yeah. Members of the young couple and their daughter. He'd repay the kindness shown to him with evil. Turn to Yanmyoji woman. Oh! A local named Jinkichi!
Yeah.
Okay. So he has to be before the Whispering Canal. Okay, I'm actually gonna need to write this down. So the 5 were Reed, Canal, Beach, Light. What was the last one?
Drum.
Drum. So Canal, Toki, daughter of Junkichi.
Can't you just put a lot of space in between them and just estimate where they are? So, you know, beach has to be before carp.
Mm-hmm.
What does... Look at the other ones.
The drum is Seiman. Same Han. The Taiko. Kanzo, the ukiyo-e painter.
Yeah, and the beach mentioned the ukiyo-e. Shit.
So, the painter is after the beach. Right?
I guess.
Or would... Maybe it's after drum.
That's what I was thinking.
Because it's the order of the tragedies. Tomozo, who fell for Okoma. Coma. So, Reed is before Carp, but it is after Beach. Daimyo's spies. A chain of events that occurred around a certain resurrection spell. No matter what, I'm pretty sure the light is last.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The painter was told of the resurrection and performed it. He knew Junkichi, so he was greedy from that. Then the wife died, and then their daughter drowned, and then Samon killed himself to turn into a curse echo himself.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you got it right. It's open. Getting it in just 2 tries. That's great.
Nice job. It was easier than I thought. I just looked at which event followed which.
Now, we can finally read what's written inside. Let's see.
It is said that Seiman Tsuchimikado, the author of the Record of Fates, wrote the Yin Scroll because he feared that the descendants of those involved in the Honjo incident might become cursed and used in the collection of soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. The existence of the Yin Scroll is indicated in a postscript added to the Record of Fates, but its whereabouts are currently unknown. It is believed to have been inherited by the descendant of Seiman. The text has been preserved in the form of 2 talismans, held by Hajime Yoshimi and Michio Shiraishi. It contains a full account of the Honjo incident, and the following is written in Seiman's hand. I bequeath the scroll to the future generations to be used in the event that calamity should arise from this grievous incident. Those who seek to forestall disaster must gather these 3 items in one place to cast my rite of cleansing and expel all rituals and curses in full. My soul, that is my curse echo. My body, that is a living continuation of my bloodline. My spirit, that is my own consciousness. Huh? Story that takes place in the late Edo period. There was once a family that lived in a row house in Honjo. The family consisted of a Netsuke craftsman named Jinkichi, his wife Koma, and their daughter Toki. They enjoyed a poor but happy existence. One day they took in a man by the name of who... What? It took in a man by the name of who claimed to be...
It's blanked out for some reason,
Oh.
but you can see the comma.
By the name of Blank, who claimed to be a shomoji. He was on the run, having barely escaped with his life from something or another, and wound up in Honjo. The tough circumstances had left him sick and destitute. Jinkichi felt sorry for the man and decided to shelter him. The stranger was deeply grateful for the kindness and care of Jinkichi's family, as without it he would have surely died, and told them thusly on the day of his departure, "I want to give you my thanks, but unfortunately I have nothing of value." He paused and then asked, "Is there anyone you want to bring back to life?" It turned out that the man's true name was Tsuchimikado Seiman, a descendant of renowned Onmyoji. He had been researching the fabled rite of resurrection. For his crime in unearthing this forbidden rite, he was chased out by his family. But he wrote down everything about the spell in a book he named The Record of Fates, while on the run. Whoever sought to perform the rite would need to kill people and gather their soul jewelry. Seiban had only researched the rite out of spirit of inquiry, but thought himself willing to use the rite if it was for the sake of Jinkichi's family. However, Jinkichi shook his head. "Sacrificing someone is unthinkable. We didn't help you because we wanted something in return, so you owe us nothing," he said, declining the unbelievable offer. Seiman bowed his head in gratitude and countless times said those words and left their house. In the same area, there lived an ukiyo-e artist known as Old Man Kanzo. His art didn't sell much, but he often looked after Toki while Jinkichi and Tomo were out working. Young Toki heard Seiman's talk about the rite of resurrection, but being too young to comprehend it, regaled it to Old Man Kanzo as a story of fiction. Old Man Kanzo, inspired by the story and filled with renewed vigor, put his heart and soul into his next painting. The piece, centered around the theme of resurrection, became an instant hit in town. Jinkichi, being a shrewd businessman, saw an opportunity and jumped on the bandwagon by carving Netsuke connected to Old Man Kanzo's ukiyo-e. He made up stories about his Netsuke, telling people that their blessings were connected to resurrection, and his business rapidly flourished. "The man unknowingly left us a wonderful gift," thought Jinkichi and his family, but they were unaware of the tragedy that would soon unfold. Before long, word of Old Man Kanzo's wonderful ukiyo-e reached the ears of the local daimyo, and he was summoned to the lord's residence. But what awaited him was not praise, but cruel torture at the hands of Ashino, a female Onmyoji who was in pursuit of Seiman. It was her who pressured Seiman into researching the rite of resurrection, which she secretly planned to use to preserve her beauty for all eternity. Ashino took advantage of the fact that the daimyo's heart was weak and frail following the loss of his family, and manipulated him into capturing Old Man Kanzo, the source of the recent rumors about the resurrection. "Tell me where you heard the rite of resurrection," Ashino demanded, as the brutal beatings continued. He said it was said that the eerie sound of the beatings rang out like beating of a taiko drum night after night, reaching even the watchtower of the Suguru residence. In the end, Ashino's cruel torture secured her the information on Jinkichi's family and the existence of the Record of Fates. The daimyo sent his chief retainer to bring in Jinkichi, and the torture resumed afresh with the new captain. This time, she intended to obtain the whereabouts of Seiman and the location of the Record of Fates. Jinkichi didn't know where Seiman was, but even if he did, he had no intention of telling and stubbornly kept his mouth shut. The torture was pushed too far, and Jinkichi was intentionally killed before he spoke a word. The daimyo held Jinkichi's corpse hanging from a beech tree and declared that, unable to bear the guilt of the crime of deceiving the masses with false rumors of resurrection, Jinkichi had committed suicide. This too was all part of Ashino's plan to send a message to the common folk, especially increasing the numbers of those who sought the right for themselves. Whew. News of what happened to Jinkichi spread, and people lost interest in the rite, wondering if the stories of resurrection were all but a lie. But rumors that the daimyo's word was perhaps not all that truthful spread quickly when a dancer claimed to have witnessed the chief retainer's cold-blooded handiwork firsthand, and Honjo fell into unrest once more. The chief retainer arrested the girl and proposed a deal to put a stop to the rumors. The girl was to say she just wanted attention and retract her story by saying it was entirely made up. In exchange, she would be given a most wondrous stage to perform on. When the day come, she was suffocated by the mask prepared for the performance. Unbeknownst to her, the mask had been covered in glue and as part of a plan to kill and silence her. Hey, that was a different one of the stories.
Yeah, that was, the Fool's Procession.
Whew. Give me a sec. Koma never believed for a moment that her husband Jinkichi had committed suicide. She was certain someone was behind his death and asked around persistently for the names, addresses, and other information she could find on people with connections to the daimyo. The chief retainer would not allow things to escalate any further and had Tomozo, a ronin who once served as a spy, go after her. However, she turned the table on him, shouting, It was you who killed my husband, wasn't it?" Confronted with the accusation, Tomozo flew into a blind rage and cut Koma down in broad daylight. Ordered to take responsibility for his failure by committing seppuku, he exposed the daimyo's plot as he disemboweled himself by the lantern of the soba cart used to give coded signals. Whew. Give me a sec. I need a drink. With both her parents gone, through means unbeknownst to her, Toki found herself to be all alone. One day, late at night, she went searching for her parents and met her doom falling into a canal where she drowned. Meanwhile, the chief retainer had made no headway whatsoever in finding Seiman's whereabouts. An incensed Ashino decided to set fire to his residence, burning him alive. In truth, all those connected to these events thus far were cursed by Ashino so that their souls would turn into soul dregs upon death, which she had been collecting. All she needed to perform the right now was to get her hands on the records of fates. Sensing that there was something serious at work behind the string of the strange events in Honjo, Seiman returned to find that he was too late. He broke down in tears when he learned of the unfortunate and unnatural deaths of Genkichi's family had met. Seiman realized it was the handiwork of Ashino when he found their soul dregs had been collected, and decided he had to prevent any further sacrifices from happening by confronting her on Hoonji Bridge. What ensued was a fierce battle of spells that endured till the break of dawn. Though those who did not know any better only saw what they believed to be eerie flashes and supernatural orbs of light. Whew. At the end of the long battle, Ashino defeated Seiman and obtained the record of fates, but he had placed a curse upon her foot. Ashino dragged her foot, corrupted and horribly inflamed, and sought refuge at the nearby residence of a retainer, and angrily demanded that they wash her foot. Ashino died then and there, filled with agony, and her foot cursed and rotten. Seiman, too, having sustained serious wounds during their fight, died that day on Hoonji Bridge, still filled with regret. However, Seiman came back to life, knowing that there would be enough soul dregs in place during their confrontation. He had prepared a spell that would activate the rite of resurrection upon his passing. Feeling that his curiosity was responsible for the terrible tragedy that had unfolded, he was left with a keen understanding of why the rite of resurrection was forbidden, and became determined to seal it away. Indeed, the reason he resurrected himself was for that very purpose. However, he did not know what had become of the record of fates. With nothing to seal away, he instead used the remaining soul dregs to turn 9 of the Netsuke made by Jinkichi into ritual implements to be sealed away in Honjo. Whew. He placed a spell so that should someone try to activate the rite of resurrection again, all 9 pieces will awaken at once, and to pass the whole truth of these events to the future generations, he wrote everything down in the Record of Fate's Yin scroll and passed it down to his descendants. Meanwhile, the townspeople kept silent about the incidents out of fear of being cursed. However, these occurrences were so strange that gossip about it couldn't truly be contained. Over time, the details became more and more vague as the stories grew into legends, and that is how they came to be called the 7 Mysteries of Honjo.
I see.
What does it say?
First is a detailed account of the tragedy surrounding the Rite of Resurrection that occurred in Honjo back in the Edo period. The whole story of what we call the Honjo incident is laid out clearly.
That incident was the origin of the 7 Mysteries of Honjo and their curses, right?
Yes, the resentment of the victims of the incident turned into curses, which are the curse echoes. The contents are organized like an answer sheet, so it doesn't just give us the information we need.
Ah. Is there anything else?
Yes, here's what we've been looking for. I bequeath this scroll to future generations to be used in the event that calamity should rise from this grievous incident, it says.
Whoa, he foresaw all of this happening.
And it continues.
Those who seek to forestall disaster must gather these 3 items in one place to cast my rite of cleansing and expel all rituals and curses in full. My soul, that is my curse echo. My body, that is a living continuation of my bloodline. My mind, that is my own consciousness.
Wow, so if we gather these 3 things in one place, Seimon's rite of cleansing will activate and completely negate the curses and the rite of resurrection.
Oh, that's it! That's exactly what we need!
The 3 things are Seimon's soul, body, and mind. It says the soul is Seimon's curse echo.
His curse echo? So Seimon himself is part of the 7 mysteries.
Now that you mention it, Mr. Araishi said something along those lines before. There's another hint written here. My curse echo holds my curse. My curse brings ruin to curse bearers.
What kind of hint is that? Maybe it'll make more sense as we keep looking.
But will the curse echo still appear if the curse bearer is already gone? Next, the body is a descendant of Seimon's, it seems.
Wasn't Yoshimi a relative of Seimon? He and Michio Shiraishi, who had the other talisman.
Both of them had already passed by the time this iteration of the curses was unleashed.
Damn, that's true. What are we gonna do?
His bloodline was so split up, there have to be others. Oh, there's another note here too.
Where? Is it another hint? As for the body, seek not only one who bears my blood, but one with strong spirit sense. Such an individual will be able, if a spirit attempts to possess them, to instead take control of that spirit themselves.
So it says.
Do we know of anyone like that?
I can't think of anyone. Let's move on for now. Next is the mind.
What's the difference between the mind and the soul?
In paranormal theory, it's said that humans are made up of soul, body, and mind. The mind is essentially thought to be part of the spirit that makes up one's consciousness, or oneself. It's like driving. The body is the car, the soul is the control system, and the mind is the driver.
I see. I think that makes sense. So is there a hint for finding this one too?
Well, let's see. There's this, should the rite of resurrection be activated elsewhere, so too shall my mind be awakened there. Seimon tried to seal away the rite of resurrection, but before he could, Ashino stole the Record of Fates. So as a countermeasure to the rite being activated, he made it so that his mind would be released from the seal.
Okay, but what does that actually mean?
What it means is, Seimon's mind awoke the night of the rite was activated, and must be possessing someone out there right now.
What?
So we have to get that person together with everything else.
Alright, so we have to find the curse echo, the descendant, and the person possessed by Seimon. Then we just get them together in one place and we'll be good to go.
Right, but there is one thing. The second and third ones could both be the same person.
Oh, but who could that be?
It's like how Michio lost her memories when she was possessing Yako. Seimon's consciousness might not be aware of who it really is. So if he learned the truth, would he start to act of his own accord?
Oh, then that person could already be.
Oh, hold on a second. Someone's coming this way.
Huh? Excuse me, can I interrupt for just a moment? There she is.
That little fuck.
Who might you be?
Would you buy this empty can of juice I just finished drinking for 10,000 yen? Huh? I'll even throw in these bones from some fried chicken. You can't beat a deal like this.
I don't really want them.
Don't say that. Come on, they're delicious. Actually, I thought I might just have a picnic right here. Won't you join me?
Sorry, I don't understand. What should we do?
Well, it's not like we need this exact spot, and we can't do anything with other people around, so let's just move on somewhere else.
Sorry. We're in the middle of something, so we'll just be on our way. What?
Oh
It hurts!
This is a curse.
So I was right! She did have it, and the beckoning light got her!
no! What a bitch!
You have my heartfelt thanks for all your hard works thus far. This brings the story of the 7 mysteries of Honjo to a close. And who could have foreseen such a conclusion? Unfortunately, it seems the so-called mastermind was one step ahead of you. She remains hidden, leaving behind no evidence. Perhaps there is truly no way to stop her. However, should you find that this conclusion is not to your liking, by all means, please pursue a different path. You have done it once before, so I am sure you already know how. With that, I shall be taking my leave. I have been your humble storyteller. Good night.
Okay, why... Before we continue, let's figure out why that one is still green. I'm wondering if... Is there a way where Haruo just gets killed by Mayu? Is there a way to just do negotiate and then...
There's something we're missing.
Well, yeah.
Hello?
I think this might be a bit of a bug.
Well, that fixed it.
Oh, we gotta make Haruo hide something from her. Right?
Probably.
Oh, it's the when she says, "Are you a curse bearer?" We have to say no, and then Haruo dies. Right?
Probably. Oh, there we go.
Huh.
Ma'am, did she fill the conditions? She sure did. Okay, it's time for a beatdown. Jeez, why would you try to hide it now of all times? It wouldn't have come if you weren't a curse bearer. Ah, stop! Too bad. She's already dead. This is horrific. I'll be taking her curse stone. Whoa, huh? All the haunted clappers needed was a source of fire. That was a close one. Now then, what will you do, Mr. Investigator? You're not a curse bearer, so I don't have any reason to kill you. But I won't show you mercy if you're gonna try and capture me. So what'll it be? Still don't know how her curse works. It's too risky to make a move.
Your employer's already dead anyway, so there's no reason for you to go out of your way to arrest me, right? I could still do my duty as a citizen and report you, you know. Oh, what a surprise! This is when you decide to suddenly choose the side of righteousness. She was after the same thing, you know. There's no clean hands when it comes to soul dregs. Well, it looks like you don't have anything to say about that. I'll be taking my leave then. Bye-bye! That was it. Upon killing Haruo Shigema, a fellow curse-bearer, Ayame Tono obtained more than enough soul dregs to perform the rite of resurrection. However, it turned out that resurrecting someone who died a long time ago required an even larger amount. To fulfill her heart's deepest desires, she'd need to harvest more. So, she waited for the sun to set, for when the Feasts of Shadows effects were at its peak. And she used the one-sided reed curse stone she had stolen from Fumichika Nejima. With it, she proceeded to kill all those whose personal information she knew, starting with those who mattered least to her. About the one-sided reed. Kills by dismemberment one whose face, address, name, occupation, and location are all known by the curse-bearer. Many of them were random men, gullible and disposable, drawn in by the allure of a female university student. One noteworthy victim among them was Tetsuo Tsutsumi, who, being a curse-bearer himself, was promptly targeted for his soul dregs. Tsutsumi's death threw the investigation efforts into disarray, allowing Ayame to invade capture. Afterwards, she acquired various address registers and phone books and systematically killed the people listed in them. Unsuspecting victims could be safe at home, only to suddenly have their limbs severed. The strange deaths shook society to its core. But all things must come to an end, and so in time the killing stopped. Sometime after the killings, a modern-day genius female ukiyo-e artist burst onto the art scene. She introduced herself as the mysterious Mad Paintress, and her fame grew quickly as she presented one incredible work after another. Praised as the modern reincarnation of Katsushika Hokusai, she quickly made her own mark on history. Ayame's aspiration.
So wait, she resurrected Hokusai, kept him in like a basement and made him draw shit?
I think so.
We have to go to the prologue, probably, because we know it's... She tried to... Maybe this?
This is the same as the alternate route. Yeah, because it just...
Well, we know she's the mastermind.
Yeah, but... every path is exhausted. What are we missing?
What happens if we... What happens if we kill her and then don't collect anyone's soul dregs as Shogo?
Oh. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. An input got dropped.
The thing is, he couldn't have been the one who killed her here. Because she had it.
Yeah.
I don't know if this will actually work, by the way. But... I don't know. This is weird. Because there's the beckoning light. Right?
Yeah.
So that had to be what killed her, right?
Oops. Not what I meant to do.
Yeah. Well, don't you have to think?
Sooner or later, I will return for your curse stone. I only hope you do not abuse it in the meantime. Well then, I bid you good evening. What?
Okay, so you can't not use it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, then that can't be it. Well, while you figure that out, I'm gonna use...
Hmm.
So, any idea?
No.
Here, let me look something up and give you maybe like a hint so we don't have to do like a, you know, a full.
Okay, it's... I know where it is.
You looked it up?
Well, how are we gonna do this? The first one. I know what... I have an idea of what it is now.
Did you look it up?
Yes.
Oh my god. Why did you not let me read it?
Oops.
Huh? Whoa, it's getting closer. Is it another one of the Seven Mysteries? It looks like a will-o-wisp, maybe. Was there anything about that in the Seven Mysteries?
Touch it.
Huh? Am I supposed to touch it?
When the body, soul, and mind of Samon Tsuchimikado have all been brought together, the rite of cleansing is activated, dispelling all rituals and curses that have previously been performed. My. Finally, you've arrived at this juncture. I expected no less from you. That would mean that you have
Thanks.
managed
We
to bring
used
everything
the
to
internet.
light. Yes, thank you. I mean, that's so easy to miss. It's when Takumi shows up, look at it, look back at him, look back at it, it's closer now. There is no hint or procedure to manage that. I mean,
And
obviously
imagine if you didn't see it.
Yeah. Though there is a possibility that you have wound up here by chance. So before I take you any further, I must ask you a number of questions. About what exactly the soul, body, and mind
I guess
of
technically you could
Seimon,
get here early. Dang.
yeah, Tsuchimikado are. Firstly, which curse episode echo represents the soul of Seimon Tsuchimikado? And then it, like, makes you... It tests you to make sure you played the whole game.
Time for a quiz!
Yes, that is exactly it. After his defeat at the hands of Ashino in the Honjo incident, Seimon wandered about near Hoonji. The form of his curse echo changed over time with the legend he left behind. This is the curse echo which was acquired by Mayu Chozawa, but when called forth by Seimon's body and mind, it appeared momentarily before him. Let us continue. Who served as the self of Seimon Tsuchimikado? Who was his body, his descendant who carried his blood in their veins? Correct again. Although Shogo Ukie was born to an ordinary family, the blood of a distant relative ran thick in his veins. In truth, the same is true for Yoko Fukunaga. She was also one who had the blood of a distant relative coursing through her. In her case, it was Ashino. Seimon and Ashino fated to meet again all these hundreds of years later. Now for my final question.
Morchidi man Seaman!
Which means the curse that we used when we turned away from her was beckoning light. Because even though we didn't have the curse stone, he did the same thing
He
That-
temporarily used his soul.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Who is the mind of Seimon Tsuchimikado? Tell me the name of the person whose consciousness was directly tied to his.
Didn't she say that they could be the same person? Would it not just also be Shogo?
The pilot.
Oh, yeah, us.
Oh, I see. You believe it to be Zeben Shark? Are you saying you believe it to be yourself? Are you certain? Yes, you are correct. Finally, you have remembered. That's right, you are. Seimon's consciousness, awoken by the curses and the rite of resurrection. However, having lost your memories, you forgot about the duty assigned to you. This is, if I may say so, where I played my part, guiding you through the events of this story. As your consciousness was all that was left of you, you manipulated time and space by way of the story chart, jumping from vessel to vessel, and manipulated your host's actions by whispering commands into their ears. In doing so, you were able to get the full picture of what needed to be done. But at one point, while still unconscious, you managed to remember your duty. The so-called mastermind behind these events, the one who awakened the rite and the curses, was Yoko Fukunaga, a descendant of Ashino herself. You unconsciously activated your curse and killed her. How interesting that she awakened Seimon's consciousness at the same time as the curses. That was the one and only time she could have been stopped. Ah, but due to your influence on Shogo Okie's will, Yoko Fukunaga was brought back to life, using the story chart to undo her death. I led you to believe that it was the work of the Rite of Resurrection itself. But as it turns out, seeing what would transpire if the mastermind was not killed at the outset is what ultimately revealed the way to put an end to the curses for good. There were certain things which would have answered all your questions, had you noticed them. For example, even while under your control, Shogo Okie willingly used his curse. When I asked you early on how many Shogo Okie had killed, this is what I meant. Had you not used the curse, Shogo Okie would have done so of his own accord. So if we left it alone and they activated that way, then that would have been him. And we would have said, the 4 or 5, I don't remember, excluding Fukunaga. Furthermore, Mayu Chozawa was able to recall information which only you knew. She was able to do this because she was connected to you through her curse echo, the Beckoning Light. In truth, Yoko is a descendant of Onmyoji who continue to practice in modern times. Her ancestor Ashino attempted to steal the Rite of Resurrection in Honjo during the Edo period. Born with exceptional spirit sense, Yoko learned about her own ancestry while researching her roots, and was disappointed to find her bloodline had fallen into mediocrity. She became consumed with the ambition to restore her family's lost glory through her own powers, and devised a scheme to succeed where Ashino failed and perform the Rite of Resurrection. Yoko continued her training, developing her spiritual and cursed powers, until she discovered the Record of Fates, which offered clues regarding the rite. She plotted to use the curses of the seven mysteries of Honjo to gather a large number of soul dregs by calling forth curse echoes and setting the stage for mutual slaughter. The ultimate plan involved invoking a large-scale feast of shadows, awakening the curses, performing the rite herself, and bringing together enough soul dregs to revive Ashino. Since the effects of the curses increase the more people know and fear them, she first entrusted the Record of Fates to local historian Hideki Araishi, who could be used to easily spread the rumors. She also contacted Fumichika Nejima, a criminal with a deep understanding of mystic arts, to obtain the curse stones needed to gather soul dregs. Unsurprisingly, Nejima was very interested in the story of Ashino and readily agreed to aid his revival. While carrying out these steps, Yuko learned of the existence of the Yin Scroll, which threatened to thwart her plans. She added a note about the scroll in the Record of Fates before giving it to Araishi, intending to acquire it before it could pose an issue. Through her investigations, Yoko discovered that Hajime Yoshimi was a descendant of Seimon and threatened him with a curse in an effort to scare him into revealing the whereabouts of the Yin Scroll. While Hajime bravely resisted Yoko's threats, she killed him with the curse to ensure Seimon's descendant would not stand in her way. As her preparations were coming together, Yoko obtained the seemingly less dangerous curse stone of the Whispering Canal in order to become a curse bearer, a necessity for gathering the curse stones for the Feast of Shadows. Shogo Okie, also a descendant of Seimon, was eyed as a potential risk factor and contacted to ensure he would be located nearby and subject to monitoring. However, unaware that the spirit of Seimon would be awakened within Shogo as soon as she invoked the curse, Yoko's plan was thwarted when she was immediately cursed to death by Seimon. Now, allow me to ask you one last question. If you, knowing all that you know now, had the ability to resurrect one life, what would you do? I would destroy it. Uh-huh. I see. That was Seimon's original intention. I apologize for leaving it out of the options when I first asked you this question. Now, it is time to bring things to a close. Upon your arrival here, the rite of cleansing was activated, dispelling all other rituals and curses. Look upon the fruit of your efforts. And then we shall leave this world behind for good. Thank you truly for all the work you have done.
Ah!
He truly was a martini man.
This is why we stand, Shogo. That's what happened? I can't believe it. Finally understand. Yeah, I was the one who did that to Yoko. Blood of the Onmyoji that's inside me broke into my consciousness and gave me that curse. Yoko was after the rite of resurrection. She was the one who awakened the curses of the seven mysteries and cast the Feast of Shadows. And the only way to stop all of it is to put a stop to her here. Otherwise, the rite of cleansing might have been negated too. I wonder how much of it was really her doing all those things.
Maybe she was possessed by Ashino. Who knows?
Yoko. I guess that explains why I felt like it was fate when this all started. Though she didn't seem to notice. I guess things were always destined to end like this, from the moment we met. Wish we could have met under different circumstances. No point in thinking like that now. God, I need a martini. I'm thinking a Moscow Mule. You mean a martini? Or two?
A martini mule. Ma'am, what is it?
Ah. Just a dream. Seems that it was all just a dream. I dreamt that there was such a thing as the rite of resurrection. Just a dream.
I'm sorry to say it, but there isn't.
Right. Of course not.
But even if there is no such thing, I promise you that I will get to the bottom of the kidnapping. In fact, I've happened to find a very important lead from over a year ago. Something that's evaded our reach until now. An eyewitness from the scene of the kidnapping.
I see. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the hell is this? The medical unit told me to get down here. What happened?
Dude called the ambulance, got spoken to by a guy, left, or touched the curse echo, remembered everything, negated the curse, and then I guess the guy
Bailed. Went home. Took a nap.
yeah, and then Shogo was like, I'm gonna get wasted, and walked away. As I was looking into Yoshimi's death at the former Yasuda Gardens, another body was discovered at a different park in the area. Could they be related?
Sure looks like it, but...
Excuse me, we found this among the victim's belongings. Thought you'd want to know. What's this? What the hell? Boss, look what was in the female victim's address book. Yoshimi's phone number and photo.
What?
And the picture. There's an X drawn on it, a bunch of weird symbols, and a hole where his heart would be.
No.
Do you think... I mean, could this be some kind of curse or something?
How many times do I have to tell you not to try to connect everything to the occult? Damn it, is this a Nakagoshi case after all?
What was that, boss?
Don't worry about it. Make sure you put that photo into evidence. There's no doubt this is related to Yoshimi. Make sure you do a thorough sweep of the area. I'm gonna make a phone call.
Got it. Leave it to me. Spend as long as you want on the phone.
Miho! It turns out Michio really did die in an accident.
Yeah, if we ask around, we might be able to get a little more information.
I guess there really never was such a thing as the rite of resurrection. But I did feel like there was a spirit watching over us.
Damn it, why? Nothing's happening. But now my contract won't be... No! I should never have believed in this blasted record of fates. To all of you watching from far, far away, the rite of resurrection has never existed. Not in any world, not in any time. So I ask you to take the life you hold and move boldly forward one step at a time. Richter, EY is out. Do you want to question him? Hang on, Ario. I want to get enough evidence for a search warrant. Let him go for now, and I'll follow him.
That's the kidnapper?
Yes, I'm the one who did it. So please, help me! She's always following me!
I'm so sorry, Michio. I had no idea. What? Hajime was killed? By this Yoko Fukunaga? how can that be? He wasn't the kind of guy who could have just been picked off like that. You know that.
Yeah, and Boss is hiding something. There seems to be some kind of secret hidden in Hajime's family tree. Let me see if I can find out what it is. I had heard you would be absent today. Is there something you need? A martini.
Well, I seem to have had this spirit sense thing all of a sudden. I know this is the sort of thing our chairwoman doesn't approve of, so I thought I'd mention it.
Hello, Furry Metal Ferret.
You could have called. What?
Oops, sorry. Forgot all about my favorite chief inspector.
The hell are you planning?
Nothing so heinous as you're thinking. I'm only Makoto Ashimiya after all. Nothing but a lowly janitor. How are things with you? You getting along with your daughter?
I don't approve of them being friends after everything he did. Well, you know, more or less.
I mean, I guess all the whipping everyone up into a frenzy a previous convicted serial killer would find that particularly tempting, where he would otherwise try to keep his head down. Well, that's the game. I don't think to be okay. I don't know, what do you think? Because I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it. I just didn't think it was like, oh my gosh, the mystery is so out of this world, I'm gonna fucking cry.
Yeah, it was nothing like groundbreaking, earth-shattering, like, oh my god, this will shake up the genre. Junpei? Are you sure that's not Junpei? Why was that an M?
Because I think Junpei is also a name.
Ah. But yeah, I liked this game quite a bit.
Give me a...
Unsurprising that we knew from the very beginning. It's just, I was so unsure at some points whether or not Yoko...
I mean, at some point, it was like, the only person it can be is Yoko.
Yeah. Also, I was like, I know it's Zeben Shark, but also, please, how did I capitalize it? And I was like desperately fucking looking for any instance of our name being written anywhere, because I was like, it has to be written down just in case you, like, put this game down for a while. I mean, there's an achievement for coming back to the game after having not played it for 2 days. Which is, like, the weirdest achievement ever.
Yeah, that is strange.
It is cool, but it is also very weird. It's like, hey, you didn't play in 2 days. Here's an achievement. You came back. Thanks. Like, it's specifically 2 days. So if you went 3 days, it wouldn't count. I don't think.
I think it's 2 or more after, so like...
After 2 days. Ah, yeah. So weird. I mean, great, I played it on Friday, and then I streamed a different game Saturday, and then don't stream Sunday. It had been more than 2 days. But yeah, I was surprised the game kept track of that. As for the characters, I liked a lot of them. They're fun. Some of the dialogue was really weird. Like, the thing that we started off today with.
It was really funny though.
It was. It just was so strange. But yeah. That was Paranormasight. Final thoughts? I like the game a lot. I would say recommendation. It's not a visual novel hybrid.
Okay,
It
wait,
really
wait,
is
wait.
just a visual novel.
Before the recommend that you play it with somebody else so you're able to talk about it. And
Yeah.
stuff.
Cause like, if you're not a fan of visual novels, if you're somewhat adverse to just sitting through a story being read to you, you will struggle with this game because there's no gameplay to break up talking. It's just people talking. But if that is your jam, great game. But if you need a friend to do it, to, bounce off like we did, I probably would have been able to stream this whole thing by myself and be fine, but it was more fun that you were with me. I probably wouldn't have latched on to things like Martini Man Shogo.
Yeah.
Feel those people watching Twitch may have that game more often than those whom don't. But yeah, it's not a visual novel hybrid. Like, other than occasionally being asked questions and having to get the answers right here and there, that's the only instance of you press A. Oops. Speaking of pressing A. But the story was good. The characters are likable. The ones that you're supposed to like, that is. Even everyone felt like they had a genuine motivation for wanting to perform the rite. At least those that did, because Chozawa didn't have a desire at all. And Tsutsumi didn't want to, either. And that matched their characters. I like the fact that, except for Chozawa, because hers was so short by comparison, everybody had a buddy to, like, play off of in terms of dialogue. Like, it wasn't Tsutsumi by himself. That would be incredibly boring if he was by himself. Jun Eryo is a really good partner character to match Tsutsumi in terms of, like, their different energies, the age difference. I liked Mio and Yako. I liked Haruo and Richter Kai. It was good that they chose to have everybody have a partner with which to bounce dialogue between. And that they had such differing personalities from one another, so that way they're not just, like, the same person twice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I liked that Richter was actively against Haruo using her curse, but still wanted to help her because of the whole situation regarding her son. Tsutsumi being older, knowing a bit more about the paranormal, and Jun being, well, respected and had been in the force long enough, still relatively newer by comparison. Mio being the new transfer student who happens to be a onmyoji in a sense in training, and Yako, who's just a normal high school student who wants to figure out what happened to her friend because she doesn't believe that her death was a suicide. And then all the curses coming in like that. The tertiary cast, aside from those, were also pretty good. I liked, even the people that we didn't control for a time period, Namigaki and Tono were a duo in a sense for a time. And they weren't a very good duo, though. And I'm gonna be real, if I was thinking, like, okay, so we're gonna do the thing here in this timeline with Mio and June. I'm gonna be mad that Tsutsumi died. But no, it was, unfortunately, he was a sacrifice that needed to be made in an alternate timeline so we could have all the questions necessary to perform the rite of cleansing in Shogo's timeline, preventing everything from happening, and therefore nobody died, except for the people who died before that night. So, Yoshimi still died, Michio still died, Shuichi, Harue's son, still died. Because those deaths were not related directly to the Seven Mysteries. They were just events that either motivated characters or were catalysts that were set up for the Rite of Resurrection. Which I think was good, because Tsutsumi lives and he's awesome. He's probably my favorite character. Out of the bunch. He's definitely elevated because of June, but I also just kind of liked him. He wasn't like most characterizations of older detective guy where he's just angry and mean. He's just kind of, I don't know. Like the way the two played off so well is because they were both kind of dorks. June and Tsutsumi.
Sorry.
And inadvertently, by me always voicing the character that hung out with the perspective character, so like you were Haruo, I did Richter's lines and so on and so forth. And the scenes where people started grouping up, except for like give or take a few instances, we had the same amount of characters to read when I decided like, nah, you read them when we were in their POV, so you should read them even when you're in another character's POV.
Yeah.
It was a good choice. The music is good. I like the music. Some of it's kind of funny. The buddy cop jam that goes on was probably, like, the first time I heard it, I was like, what is this music?
Yeah, that was a little weird.
There were some jump scares in the game that got me, but overall, this game was kind of more going for a creepy vibe, and the horror being, like, the fact that you could die rather than being, like, a jump in your face. I think there was, like, 3 that I recall, and only 2 of them got me. The one at the start with Toki, the Whispering Canal curse, and then I don't remember which one, but it was something that happened later. Oh, with Yako when she turned around and the and the one-sided reed ghost was behind her. That for some reason got me. But yeah, I like the story. While I do feel like I can still keep the same sentiments of there are moments where information is actually literally spoon-fed to the player, there were some instances where we were thinking about potential theories that did end up being wrong, but a lot of them did end up being right. The game doesn't really try to hide. Like, if you get an inkling for something, there's a decent chance you're thinking in the right direction, which is good.
The thing with that isn't a bad thing, because I would be more pissed off if there was no hints and it just kind of, the answer kind of was like, well, we couldn't have possibly guessed that one.
Yeah. That I do like. Everything, you can figure out everything before the game tells you. Some was easier to determine than others.
Yeah.
I didn't find all the mockingbirds, but I'll probably look up where the remaining forest locations are and collect them off stream. I mean, I could do it right now, but it's kind of 10 p.m., so I should probably...
Yeah, we need to stop.
Yeah. We went longer than I think we planned to, because we both felt like we were very close to the end of the game.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we powered through and got to the end. It was good. I like this game. I guess in sense of this, I like it a lot, but because it's just a visual novel, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. I could replay easily, any day. Get the urge, I know all the answers, I'm still gonna replay that game. Because I like it that much, and it's very good, and also there's gameplay elements, even, especially if you've waited enough times. You may not, like, instantly memorize all the answers to some of the puzzles. I don't know how replayable this game is. I don't feel like it would be, unless I'm like, man, I really want to experience the characters talking again. I feel like this is a good...
It'd be replayable with someone new.
Yeah, and then you, like, you keep the information that you already know to yourself. Yeah. All in all, solid game. I'm not really sure why Square Enix kind of just released this game and then sent any, like, any, like, circulation of marketing into the ether. Because I think this game is good, but not too many people know its existence. Didn't really get picked up like some of the other Square Enix titles. And it's probably because it's a visual novel, but also I didn't feel like there was too much of a conscious effort to really market this game. I know I miss games that do get marketing, but this one genuinely just felt like I didn't hear anything about it, and I only found out about it through another streamer playing the game.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I did find that streamer who played the game, because it got me interested in the game, and now I have played it with you, and we both enjoyed it, which is good. It didn't feel like the ending was... I was so worried this game was going to have a mediocre ending. But no, I do like how the game ended. Weird...
I think it was...
It wasn't like the best thing ever, but... I liked it. I feel like it's relatively... Yeah. It's satisfactory. Ashimiya and Tsutsumi just kind of hanging out was a little weird.
Yeah, that one was... I was like, in what universe are we in right now? Because that wouldn't fucking happen based on what we heard in the game.
Yeah. But other than that, it's like... everything that we found with the existence of the curses was still discoverable without them. Sahara learned what happened to her son, Iwai is arrested instead of being murdered by Michio-possessed Yako. The truth about Michio's death is revealed, and I assume, because we saw Ayame on the bridge, Tsutsumi did the dadly thing. And, while I'm certain she didn't get off the hook completely, since Namigaki went forward, he probably did something to keep her from being arrested, since Namigaki himself probably got a lighter sentence by telling them the truth about Michio's death. So while it doesn't feel like he's completely reconciled with his daughter, she at least, you know, doesn't kill him in a fit of believing that he just...
Talk about one character that didn't do... I was like, if she's being possessed by Ashino, then sure. Whatever.
But no, she's just...
kind of a bitch. Kind of a real bitch.
Yeah.
Like, to everyone she met, like, and I mean everyone.
She was very mean. Not nice, not pleasant. She made for some really great jump scares.
Yeah. So we should probably wrap this up.
Yeah, so, goodbye YouTube. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed that video. And yeah.